Chapter 1820. A month ago, in the Great Development Pill Hall, an old man from the Great Development Pill Hall killed 2 true emperors in a row, shocking the entire ancient moon's sacred ground. That old man had once said that regardless of the outcome of a fight between peers, he would not interfere. However, if the older generation figures, especially the emperor-level powerhouses, were to lay their hands on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to the sect of that powerhouse. These words made all the forces feel a chill in their hearts. With that old man's combat strength, if he really went to any sect and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan didn't dare to attack Lu Ming, unless Lu Ming was courting death and took the initiative to attack the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made Wan Jingyang's heart turn extremely cold and he felt a chill down his spine. Was Lu Ming going to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan? At the thought of this, he was incomparably terrified and cried out miserably, "Ancestor, save me, save me! Lu Ming, it's easy to break too hard. Although your talent is peerless, the senior of the Great Development Pill Hall can't protect you forever. It's best to leave a way out." The emperor-level expert of the Wan clan said coldly. "Leave a way out? Huh. What a joke. Leave a way out to give you a chance to kill me?" Lu Ming laughed, full of disdain. Lu Ming, the Wan clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces could no longer be reconciled. It was either you die or I die. Lu Ming left a way out, would the other party let him go? In that case, why leave a way out? I want Wan Jingyang's life. Let's see what you can do. Lu Ming opened his mouth. His incomparably cold killing intent was not concealed. No, Wan Jingyang's liver and gallbladder were torn apart as he struggled frantically. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force surged out like a storm and blasted into Wan Jingyang's body. Wan Jingyang let out an unwilling scream. Then, with a bang, his body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. In the mine, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Wan Jingyang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Wan Jingyang in front of the Wan clan's emperor-level experts, said the great monarch of the Wan clan coldly. A terrifying qi exploded from his body. The sky shook and the earth rumbled. Lu Ming was forced back by this aura. However, his gaze was as resolute as ever. He stared at the emperor-ranked expert from the Wan clan with no fear at all. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with boundless killing intent as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. They really wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine. They came from all sorts of major powers. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread. At that time, the expert from the Great Pill Development Hall would be alerted. The Wan clan would face a terrifying calamity. As for himself, his life would most likely be in danger as well, and he would be killed by the Great Development Pill Hall's experts. Therefore, he endured it and slowly retracted his aura. However, his killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Great Development Pill Hall said that he would not interfere in a battle between peers, as your battle strength gets stronger and stronger and you continue to provoke the Wan clan, it is impossible for the Wan clan to not fight back. Even if the emperor-level experts do not interfere, the absolute Saint Realm experts can. I believe that senior will not say anything. Otherwise, if we fight to the death, you will not be able to live either, said the martial emperors of the Wan clan coldly. Indeed, Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. No one in the younger generation of the Wan clan could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's battle strength would only get stronger. According to Elder Kong's words, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to continuously kill the Wan clan's people and the Wan clan would not be able to fight back? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the younger generation, they could also send the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as sending emperor-level experts, the other party would not say anything. Alright, I will deal with all the absolute saints. I will not let Elder Kong trouble you, said Lu Ming. As long as the Emperor-level experts on the other side did not dare to attack, the Absolute Saints would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, allowing him to advance faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away in the air. The martial emperors of the Wan clan were filled with killing intent, but in the end, they did not dare to attack. They could only watch as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's battle strength has already reached this level. It is shocking that he could kill Wan Jingyang. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to make Wan Jingyang unable to fight back. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's battle strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming is already at the top of the younger generation of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Other than a few monsters, I am afraid no one is his match. Many people in the mine were discussing. What had just happened would soon spread throughout the ancient moon's sacred ground. Lu Ming walked all the way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released Huang Ling from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that this was the Phoenix Palace, she let out a long sigh. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I am fine. Lu Ming smiled. Wan Jingyang, Falcon, I will avenge them sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed in her eyes. I am afraid you will not be able to avenge them because they are already dead. Lu Ming smiled slightly. What? They are dead? You killed them? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I killed them together. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, your cultivation has broken through? Huang Ling asked again. Wan Jingyang and Falcon's cultivation had reached the Great Sage realm and were extremely powerful. Lu Ming could kill them, which was beyond her expectations. My cultivation did not break through, but my spiritual body has evolved. Huang Ling, heal your injuries first. When you are better, call Long Chen and find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. I will show you something good. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. Now that his spiritual body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubble, it was possible for him to kill Wan Jingyang and the others. What is it? She was curious about the good thing that Lu Ming mentioned. Find me at the Great Pill Development Hall. Lu Ming smiled. He turned around and stepped out, disappearing into the distance instantly. After returning to the Great Pill Development Hall, Lu Ming went into seclusion to comprehend the chaotic calamity finger and the sealing scroll. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chen arrived at the scene. Lu Ming, what is the good thing that you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella shone and the Great Pill Development Furnace flew out and stood on the ground. He said, this is the Great Pill Development Furnace. Great Pill Development Furnace? The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Great Pill Development Furnace can refine and evolve the spiritual body. Chapter 1821. He absolutely believed in Huang Ling and Long Chen's character. He planned to let Long Chen and Huang Ling enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chen both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If the spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of high-grade spiritual body, their combat strength would also skyrocket. It can actually temper the spiritual body directly and let the spiritual body evolve? After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two were dumbfounded. This effect was too heaven-defying. Who wants to go in and try? However, the tempering process is very painful. If you can't hold on, remind me. Lu Ming said. Spiritual body evolution is so heaven-defying. What's a little pain? I'll go first. Long Chen stepped out. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chen enter. Then, He put a large number of sacred herbs into the furnace and closed it. Whoosh! Lu Ming controlled the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, the pill fire burned fiercely, enveloping Long Chen and began to temper Long Chen's physical body. Long Chen was also a person with an extremely strong will. How could the intense pain make him give up? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chen reached his limit and came out of the pill furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chen sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the pill furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chen took turns to enter the Great Development Pill Furnace to temper their spiritual bodies. Lu Ming divided some of his attention to pay attention to the pill furnace. Most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chen and Huang Ling's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme. They had both evolved and stepped into the ranks of high-grade spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had greatly increased. With their potential, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into high-grade spiritual bodies by relying on their own cultivation. However, it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, Phoenix Palace sent me a message before. The date of Celestial City's Origin Mountain Academy has been set. It will be half a year later. Huang Ling said. Half a year later? Lu Ming whispered. He definitely had to make a trip to Celestial City. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was established by a few heavenly emperors. With the heavenly emperors giving lectures, such a good opportunity must not be missed. Moreover, at that time, Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard would gather the top heaven's prides in the entire Yuan Mountain. Lu Ming also wanted to go and experience it. Only by colliding with powerful heaven's prides could he improve faster. Now, all the heaven's prides are cultivating hard, and their progress is very fast. If we can improve our cultivation during this period of time, with our strength, it won't be too difficult to occupy a place in Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. Huang Ling said again. They chatted for a while longer before Huang Ling and Long Chen bid farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Huang Ling, Palace Master is looking for you. Someone came to report. Palace Master? All right, I'll go now. Huang Ling nodded and headed toward the Palace Master Hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace stood with her hands behind her back as if she was thinking about something. Huang Ling greets the Palace Lord. I wonder why the Palace Lord has summoned Huang Ling. Huang Ling came behind the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace and bowed respectfully. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Huang Ling. Her eyes suddenly lit up and revealed a look of surprise. She said, Huang Ling, your spiritual body has evolved? Yes, Palace Master. I just evolved recently. Huang Ling said. She did not say that she evolved because of the Great Pill Furnace. The Great Pill Furnace's effect was too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not spread the news, not even to their closest friends or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. All right, I have something here. I was considering whether to let you go or not. Now that your spiritual body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, you can go and experience it. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Palace Master, what is it? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Divine Origin Empire. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said. Ancient Sun Sacred Ground, Divine Origin Empire? Huang Ling's expression changed. The Ancient Sun Sacred Ground was one of the 9 sacred grounds of Yuan Mountain and was close to the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. The Divine Origin Empire was a huge force in the Ancient Sun Sacred Ground. It was an ancient empire that was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. Yes. Some time ago, the old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the Great Tribulation and turned into ashes in the tribulation. The Palace Master of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire failed to pass the tribulation. Huang Ling's expression changed. The old emperor of the Divine Origin Empire was definitely an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he was not a great emperor, he was probably a peak existence among true emperors. Such an expert was almost at the peak, but he still could not withstand the Great Tribulation and died. With the death of the old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire, the Xinyuan Empire was left without a ruler. The various factions fought for the throne, and internal strife broke out. This battle caused the Xinyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, the ancient emperors of the Xinyuan Empire, who had been in seclusion all this time, came out. With their terrifying battle strength, they managed to quell the internal strife. However, the empire cannot be without a ruler. The ancient emperors chose 3 of the most talented young princes of the Divine Origin Empire and planned to test them. The prince who emerged victorious in the end would become the crown prince of the Divine Origin Empire. As long as he could become an emperor in the future, he would be able to take over the Divine Origin Empire and become the new emperor. The branch of one of the princes has always been on good terms with our Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, this prince came to Phoenix Palace and wanted to invite some geniuses to help him compete for the position of crown prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was the case. The matter that the palace master of Phoenix Palace was talking about was to help this prince of the Divine Origin Empire. The Divine Origin Empire is very powerful and far surpasses many of the factions in the ancient moon's sacred ground. If we can help this prince obtain the position of crown prince and even inherit the entire Divine Origin Empire in the future, our Phoenix Palace will gain a powerful ally. The palace master of Phoenix Palace explained. Don't worry, palace master. I will do my best to help that prince. Huang Ling said. But just do your best. If there's any danger, don't force yourself. This time, the other princes of the Divine Origin Empire will probably invite some powerful geniuses to help. Just do what you can. Now, I'll have someone bring you to meet that prince. The palace master of Phoenix Palace warned and then asked someone to bring Huang Ling to meet that prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. Oh Yang Wushuang, it's you? Huang Ling was surprised to see that prince. Huang Ling? The prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was also surprised to see Huang Ling here. If Lu Ming were here, he would also be surprised. That was because this prince of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang, was one of the 6 silver inheritors in the Primordial Chaos Sex Assessment. Chapter 1822. Since the 2 of them were old acquaintances, they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Huang Ling also had a clearer understanding of the matters of the Xinyuan Empire. This time, another prince has also come to the ancient moon's sacred land. His faction is familiar with the Wan clan and the Golden Crow tribe. I'm afraid he will invite the experts of these factions to help him. Finally, Ouyang Wushuang said. Are you mainly inviting the young geniuses this time? Huang Ling asked. That's right. The ancient emperors have set a rule that allows the princes to invite geniuses to help them pass the test. After all, connections are also a form of strength. This is especially so when one is in charge of an ancient empire. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Other than Phoenix Palace, who else did you invite? Huang Ling asked. Ouyang Wushuang smiled bitterly and said, My faction only has good relations with Phoenix Palace and Sky Bird Palace in the ancient Moon Holy Land. However, I went to Sky Bird Palace before and was rejected. Oh, I have a few people that I can recommend to you. Let's see if you can persuade them. Huang Ling said. Who? Ouyang Wushuang asked. Young sect master, there's also Long Chen. Huang Ling smiled. What? The young master sect is also in the ancient Moon Holy Land? Ouyang Wushuang's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, when we entered the Hunyuan sect, it was me, the young sect master, and Long Chen who entered together. Of course he's in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Huang Ling said. Since that's the case, I'll definitely pay my respects. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then I'll send a message to Long Chen first. Then, she sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen had just returned to the Divine Elephant sect when he received news from Huang Ling. He rushed to the Phoenix Palace and was surprised to see Ouyang Wushuang. After Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason for his visit, Long Chen agreed without hesitation. Immediately, the three of them headed towards the Great Pill Evolution Hall. I didn't expect that young sect master is actually the new hall master of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. Standing outside the Great Pill Development Hall, Ouyang Wushuang sighed. In the ancient era, the Great Pill Evolution Palace's name shook the world. Ouyang Wushuang had naturally heard of it. Not long after, Lu Ming came out. Ouyang Wushuang. When Lu Ming saw Ouyang Wushuang, he was also surprised. Ouyang Wushuang immediately explained the purpose of his visit. Ancient Sun Holy Land? Okay, I agree. When do we leave? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before agreeing. In fact, even without Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming had already planned to visit the Ancient Sun Holy Land. Because the only temple was in the Ancient Sun Holy Land. Autumn Moon was taken away by the experts from the One Sanctum. It was very likely that she had become a disciple of the One Sanctum. In addition, Lu Ming had another idea. Ouyang Wushuang, as the silver successor of the Hunyuan sect, had to obey Yi Futian for at least 20 years. If Yi Futian helped Ouyang Wushuang control the Xinyuan Empire, then this powerful force would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. It could even be used by Lu Ming. To Lu Ming, this was absolutely beneficial and had no disadvantages. He had already decided that he must help Ouyang Wushuang obtain victory and become the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire. With young sect master's help, this trip is not in vain. We can set off at any time. Ouyang Wushuang was overjoyed. Since Lu Ming could become the gold successor of the Hunyuan sect, his potential was definitely amazing. Even if his cultivation was still weak, his combat strength was definitely not weak. He could be a great help. In addition, Huang Ling and Long Chen were also silver successors like him. Their combat strength was definitely not weak. Ouyang, in the future, in front of outsiders, don't call me young sect master. Just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. Later, the group arrived at the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling reported to the Phoenix Palace master that Lu Ming and Long Chen were also going to the Xinyuan Empire, the Phoenix Palace master was overjoyed. 2 months ago, the news of Lu Ming killing Wan Jingyang had already spread like wildfire. His combat power was extremely strong. With Lu Ming's participation, Ouyang Wushuang's chances of winning would increase greatly. Even the Phoenix Palace master, who had originally planned to send other sky prides, cancelled it. The number of people was not important, but quality. Phoenix Palace's strongest sky pride had been in seclusion at a critical moment and could not come out. As for the other sky prides, they were not as good as Huang Ling and would be useless even if they went. One day later, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and of course, Bubbles followed Ouyang Wushuang and stepped into the Phoenix Palace's teleportation array. They left the ancient moon's sacred ground and headed to the ancient sun's sacred ground. Of course, Phoenix Palace could not teleport directly into the ancient sun's sacred ground. They were teleported to a city outside the ancient sun's sacred ground and then flew to the Xinyuan Empire. Along the way, Ouyang Wushuang roughly explained the situation in the ancient sun's sacred ground to everyone. The ancient sun's sacred ground was as famous as the ancient moon's sacred ground, but its structure was worlds apart from the ancient moon's sacred ground. In the ancient moon's sacred ground, many forces were in confrontation, competing for dominance. There were at least 20 powerful forces in total. However, the ancient sun's sacred ground was different. There were only 4 forces in the ancient sun's sacred ground. In the vast ancient sun's sacred ground, there were only 4 forces, each occupying a vast territory and had been passed down for countless years. These 4 forces were the Xinyuan Empire, the one and only Sanctuary, the Purple Flame Villa, and the Daluo Heaven Sect. One had to know that the overall strength of the ancient Sun Holy Land was no weaker than that of the ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, it could even be said that they were stronger than the ancient Moon Holy Land. One could only imagine how strong these four forces were. Each of them was far stronger than the Phoenix Palace and the Wan family. Among them, the Daluo Heavens sect was the strongest, suppressing the other three forces. This time, there were a total of 3 princes who were qualified to compete for the position of crown prince in the Xinyuan Empire. The other 3 forces in the ancient Sun's sacred ground each supported a prince. The strongest Daluo Heavens sect supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. The one and only sanctuary supported the first prince, Ouyang Wuji. The Purple Flame Villa supported Ouyang Wushuang. Obviously, if one of the princes became the crown prince, the forces that supported him would gain the friendship of the Xinyuan Empire. It would have a great impact on the structure of the ancient Sun's sacred ground. In particular, the Daluo Heavens sect was extremely strong. If they supported the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, in the future, the Daluo Heavens sect and the Xinyuan Empire would join forces, and the other 2 forces would be in a very difficult situation. In order to fight against Ouyang Wudao, who was supported by the Daluo Heavens sect, Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wuji went to the ancient Moon's sacred ground to seek help from the geniuses. As they flew, the vast land passed under their feet. Later, they saw a huge city, vast and endless. That was the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, known as the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire. Walking into the imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire, they could clearly see that some of the buildings were destroyed. The Xinyuan Empire had just experienced a fierce civil war. It was said that even the emperor-level experts had died in the war. The imperial capital of the Xinyuan Empire was also severely damaged and had not been repaired yet. Chapter 1823. As one of the top princes of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang naturally had his own palace. They walked into a palace and Ouyang Wushuang asked someone to arrange accommodations for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, take a rest first. In 2 days, I will hold a banquet and introduce you to the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right, if you have something to do, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded. After Ouyang Wushuang arranged accommodations for them, he took his leave. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen wandered around the hall. This was the first time the 3 of them had come to the ancient Sun's sacred land and they were rather curious. The Soul Holy Temple supports the other prince? I wonder if we will meet the mid-autumn moon. Lu Ming thought. The 3 of them wandered around for a while and chatted for a while before returning to their rooms to cultivate. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, Ouyang Wushuang held a banquet and sent someone to invite the 3 of them to the banquet. When the 3 of them arrived at a large palace, there were already some people seated inside. Ouyang Wushuang sat at the head of the table. On the left side of the palace, there were 8 young men and women. The 8 of them were dressed in the same purple robes with a purple flame embroidered on them. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked. They knew that these were the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, please take a seat. Ouyang Wushuang stood up to welcome them. Lu Ming and the rest sat down. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is here. Let me introduce them to you. These are the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. This is Xiao Mucheng, and this is... Ouyang Wushuang first introduced the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa to Lu Ming and the rest. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and the rest stood up and raised their cups. However, the 8 sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa only chuckled and did not return the toast. Their faces were filled with arrogance. This attitude was somewhat disrespectful to Lu Ming and the rest. This made Ouyang Wushuang's face turn slightly gloomy. Prince Wushuang, I heard that you went to the ancient Moon's sacred ground to ask for help. Are these the sky prides that you invited from the ancient Moon's sacred ground? A young man with a purple flame between his eyebrows spoke. His name was Xiao Mucheng. Was an extremely powerful sky prides of the Great Sage Realm. His cultivation was Great Sage Realm. That's right. These are the sky prides of the ancient Sun Ouyang Wushuang introduced. Prides? Why haven't I seen them before? Of the purples of the purple flame villas, and he interrupted him. This ancient heavens of the heavens palaces of the of them? Xiao Muqing said when the news of a great emperor wanting to establish the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spread out in the celestial city, countless sky prides gathered in the city and clashed with each other. Many sky prides had met each other before. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had also been to the celestial city and met many sky prides of the ancient moon's sacred ground. However, they did not know Lu Ming and the rest. How strong could they be if they did not even dare to go to the celestial city? Prides? They obviously did not believe it. Our cultivation was still weak at that time, so we did not go to the celestial city. Long Chen said in a deep voice. Your cultivation is still weak. At least you have some self-awareness. Your cultivation was weak before. Are you saying that you're strong now? I heard that Ouyang Wuji had invited the number 1 sky pride of the Sky Wolf Pagoda and the second prince of the Golden Crow clan to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Their cultivation is also very strong. A few sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa mocked. This made Lu Ming, Huang Ling and Long Chen's face turn cold. Ouyang Wushuang's face was also ugly. He waved his hand and said, "All right, since everyone is here to help me, then we should work together and not have internal strife. Prince Wushuang, we're doing this for your own good. I hope these people can be of some use when the time comes." Xiao Muqing sneered with a faint disdain. After that, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone casually drank a few cups and left unhappily. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. After the people of the Purple Flame Villa left, Ouyang Wushuang felt a little apologetic. It's normal for people from big forces to be arrogant. I just don't know if they have the corresponding strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa are still very strong. Maybe they haven't seen you guys before, so they can't help but be a little arrogant, Ouyang Wushuang explained. I hope so. Lu Ming smiled and then said goodbye to Ouyang Wushuang and returned to his residence with Huang Ling and Long Chen. Sigh. Ouyang Wushuang sighed and felt a headache coming on. However, he was still biased towards the Purple Flame Villa. Lu Ming, Huang Ling and Long Chen naturally had great potential, but their cultivation was still weak after all. This test mainly relied on the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa, Lu Ming and the rest to assist them. Lu Ming and the other two returned to their residence and agreed to go to Xinyuan Empire City the next day. Early the next morning, the three of them walked out. The three of them had Ouyang Wushuang's token, so naturally, they were unimpeded. Xinyuan Empire City had been passed down for countless years and was vast and endless. Various ancient buildings soared into the sky and looked very spectacular from afar. Although there had just been internal strife, Xinyuan Empire City had basically returned to normal. On both sides of the street, there were forests of shops and a constant stream of martial arts experts. The three of them had no purpose in mind. They wandered around and bought some things that they needed. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? As they walked, Huang Ling and Long Chen noticed that something was wrong with Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead without blinking. They followed Lu Ming's gaze and saw a woman in front of them. She was otherworldly and peerless. This woman had a slender and graceful figure. She wore a long dress and had an otherworldly temperament. She was like a goddess from the legends, a fairy from the heavens. Even in the vast crowd, she could attract everyone's attention and become the center of attention. This woman's appearance was not inferior to Huang Ling at all. Big brother Lu Ming is a pervert. He can't walk away when he sees a beauty. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and muttered. Huang Ling and Long Chen were a little surprised. Although that woman was like a goddess, based on their understanding of Lu Ming should not be such a person. At this time, Lu Ming seemed to have not heard Bubbles and Huang Ling's words at all. At this time, there was only one person in his eyes, that Snow-White woman. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming did not expect that after so many years, he would see Mid-Autumn Moon again on the streets of Mozhang. It had been more than 10 years since Mid-Autumn Moon had been taken away by the Soul Sanctum's expert. After more than 10 years, Mid-Autumn Moon was still as beautiful as before. However, she had matured and her temperament had become more otherworldly. For more than 10 years, Lu Ming did not know where to look for Mid-Autumn Moon in the vast Yuan continent. For so many years, Lu Ming's parents had been thinking about Mid-Autumn Moon. Mid-Autumn Moon could be said to have grown up together with Lu Ming. Li Ping and her husband had almost treated Mid-Autumn Moon as half a daughter. This time, Lu Ming's main purpose in coming to the ancient Sun Holy Land was to find Mid-Autumn Moon. Chapter 1824. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said to Huang Ling and the rest, "I've met an old friend. I haven't seen her for many years. I'll introduce her to you later." After that, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Autumn Moon. He walked like the wind. After a few steps, Lu Ming came to Autumn Moon and shouted, "Autumn Moon." Even though Lu Ming's heart was firm, he was still a little shaken. He wondered how Autumn Moon would react when she suddenly saw him. Hearing the call, Autumn Moon turned around and looked at Lu Ming. However, the look in her eyes stunned Lu Ming. That was a kind of silence. There was also a vague look of disgust in his eyes, as if Lu Ming was a stranger. "Autumn Moon, long time no see." Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. "Get lost." A cold voice came from Autumn Moon's mouth. The disgust in her eyes became stronger. "What's going on?" Lu Ming was stunned. Autumn Moon would never speak to him like that. Could it be that the person in front of him was not Autumn Moon? Impossible. Lu Ming grew up with Autumn Moon. They had been together for more than 10 years. He would never mistake her. Even if Autumn Moon's temperament had changed, she was definitely Autumn Moon. Also, no matter how high a person's cultivation had become, their aura would not change. Lu Ming would never mistake Autumn Moon's aura. The beauty in front of him was Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, I'm young master. I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming took a step forward and reached for Autumn Moon's hand. "Lecher, you're courting death." Chiao Yu shouted. A ray of saber gleam burst forth from Chiao Yu's hand. It was extremely terrifying and bone-chilling. Lu Ming's countenance changed. He retreated and dodged the saber gleam. "How dare you flirt with my junior sister Autumn Moon in broad daylight? I'll kill you." A fiery red figure charged towards Lu Ming. It was a young man with a cold look in his eyes. He sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. The blazing flame palm caused the void to tremble. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge, and the palm heavily slammed into his body. Lu Ming's body shook and he floated backwards. The young man's eyes turned cold. He felt that when his palm landed on Lu Ming's body, it was as if he had hit an immortal diamond. He couldn't move him at all. With his great sage great mastery cultivation base, how could it be possible? It must be an illusion. Kill. The young man took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. Get lost. Long Chen took a step forward and blasted out a punch. The terrifying power whistled in the air, causing the young man's expression to change drastically. He felt that he couldn't withstand this punch. At the critical moment, he stopped his body abruptly and retreated to avoid Long Chen's punch. "You're lucky today." The young man snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then turned around and left. At this time, Autumn Moon had already left and disappeared into the crowd. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at Lu Ming. "What's going on? Autumn Moon doesn't seem to recognize me at all." Lu Ming frowned and couldn't figure it out. Over the years, although his temperament had changed a lot, after all, he had been with Autumn Moon for so many years. It was impossible for Autumn Moon to not recognize him. Moreover, he had mentioned his name, but Autumn Moon still pulled out her sword. With Lu Ming's understanding of Autumn Moon, it was impossible. Autumn Moon's eyes were very silent, as if she really didn't know Lu Ming. What happened over the years? Hee, another person who doesn't know what's good for him wants to get close to Autumn Moon Fairy. He's really looking for trouble. Isn't that so? He's really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Autumn Moon Fairy is one of the two beauties of our ancient Sun Holy Land. Many peerless geniuses wanted to pursue her but were rejected. This kid is really delusional. He's lucky that he didn't get killed. Around the street, those who witnessed this scene sneered and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Huang Ling walked over and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Lu Ming wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move his hands and feet when he saw a beauty. However, Lu Ming's abnormal behavior just now made them very curious. An old friend. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years, but she doesn't seem to know me at all. Lu Ming said and didn't hide anything. He told them about his relationship with Autumn Moon Fairy. That's strange. We cultivators will never forget a person if we remember them. Even if we haven't seen them for 10,000 years, we can still recognize them. Long Chen said with a frown. Cultivators had good memories. Moreover, a person's origin aura wouldn't change. No matter how long it had been, they could still recognize it. She doesn't know you at all. There are only two possibilities, Huang Ling spoke, but she stopped halfway. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed like she couldn't bear to do that. Let's go back. After Lu Ming said that, he turned around and walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. He knew what Huang Ling wanted to say. There were only two possibilities if she didn't know him. The first possibility was that she had lost her memory. The second possibility was that she had been possessed by an expert. No matter which one it was, something must have happened to Autumn Moon Fairy. He must find out. Lu Ming walked very slowly. As he walked, he was thinking. Long Chen and Huang Ling followed behind Lu Ming and didn't disturb him. After walking for a long time, they returned to Ouyang Wushuang's residence. This lecher is back. He still has the face to come back. As soon as they walked through the door, they met a few young men from Purple Flame Villa. One of them sneered. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? How dare you have designs on Autumn Moon Fairy? You're really overestimating yourself. And his cultivation is so low that it's pitiful. He was actually sent flying by a supreme sage in the great mastery from the only sanctum. I really don't know why Prince Wushuang invited such a person. He'll just be a burden to us. The other young men from Purple Flame Villa sneered. Obviously, the young men from Purple Flame Villa were also present at the scene on the street. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping across the few of them at lightning speed. Kid, who are you telling to shut up? One of the young men from Purple Flame Villa said coldly. I heard a few wild dogs barking as soon as I came back. Get out of here now. Lu Ming was already in a bad mood. As soon as he came back, he heard these people mocking and ridiculing him. Naturally, he wouldn't be happy. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. If it weren't for Prince Wushuang, would have thrown you out long ago. How dare you be so arrogant? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. A burly young man from Purple Flame Villa shouted coldly. He stepped out and closed in on Lu Ming. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm. He was a powerful young man and his spiritual body was a middle-level heaven spiritual body. Get out of here. Chapter 1825. Lu Ming's palms seemed to have turned into a prison-suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. With a strike of his palm, the heavens and earth buzzed and the void trembled. The terrifying pressure made the burly young man from the Purple Flame Villa change his expression. He roared and purple flames bloomed on his body, forming a purple beast that pounced on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's palm was unstoppable. With a slash, the purple beast exploded, but the palm did not stop. The burly young man's expression changed again, and he blocked with both hands. Bam! Lu Ming's palm landed on the burly young man's arm. The burly young man screamed and flew out, falling heavily on the ground. His arms were completely twisted, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Previously on the street, Lu Ming could not even block a single palm from a great sage in the Great Completion realm. How could he be so powerful now, injuring the burly young man with a single palm? In fact, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, the burly young man would have died. How dare you injure the people of the Purple Flame Villa? Let me have a taste of your combat strength. Another young man from the Purple Flame Villa shouted. With a swoosh, he pounced on Lu Ming. His cultivation of Great Sage Complete Realm was fully released. This young man was not weaker than the number 1 genius of the Wan clan, Wan Jingyang. In fact, he was slightly stronger. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike. The burly young man roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into flames. He punched out continuously, and balls of purple flames blasted towards Lu Ming like meteorites. This was a terrifying divine skill that was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The law of primal chaos circulated, and he activated the suppressing hell divine skill. His palm was like a knife, and he slashed out 100 times in an instant. Bam! Bam! In the sky, the meteorite-like attack exploded like fireworks after being hit by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming rushed through the flames, and the flames did not touch his body. He quickly approached the Purple Flame Villa's genius and launched a terrifying attack towards the burly young man. Purple Meteorite Critical Strike, close! The Purple Flame Villa's genius shouted. Flames blazed around him as he slowly pushed his hands out. A huge fireball that was like a purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming shouted as dragon roars came from his body. Then, he pointed out with his finger, and the chaotic calamity finger exploded. A huge finger condensed and pointed at the other party. Boom! There was a terrifying roar, and the sky shook continuously. The buildings below were protected by strong cultivators, otherwise, they would have exploded. In the end, the primal chaos finger of calamity crushed over. It was as if a supreme deity destroyed the sun with a single finger. The scene was shocking to the extreme. Bang! The body of the Purple Flame Villa's genius trembled violently as he was sent flying back. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying 10,000 meters away. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. He was actually defeated. With the cultivation of Great Sage Perfection, he was actually defeated in the hands of a Great Sage Minor Mastery. How was this possible? The law of primal chaos. He's one of the Elysian children, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed. The others looked at Lu Ming in horror. No wonder the son of chaos was so terrifying. Get lost. Lu Ming stood in the air and shouted indifferently. The Purple Flame Villa's people flushed red and left dejectedly. Ever since Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they had been looking at them with contempt. Almost all the top geniuses of the ancient Moon Holy Land had been to Celestial City. They had seen them before. However, Lu Ming and the others had not been to Celestial City. Their first impression was that Lu Ming and the others were very weak. They looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. Previously, 2 of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses happened to see Lu Ming being sent flying by a great sage greater mastery on the street. This made them look down on him even more. This time, the Purple Flame Villa's people who helped Ouyang Wushuang were all great sage peak geniuses. There were even great sage perfection geniuses. They believed that the people invited by the other princes were the same. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was almost useless. Therefore, when Lu Ming and the others returned, they ridiculed them. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly erupt. Moreover, his combat strength was simply abnormal. They were also geniuses, but Lu Ming forcibly jumped 3 levels and defeated them. How could they have the face to stay here? You overestimate yourselves. Long Chen smiled faintly. Then, they returned to their respective residences and went into seclusion to cultivate. However, early the next morning, Ouyang Wushuang sent someone to invite them to a gathering. It was still the same hall as before. Everyone took their seats. The difference was that the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked at Lu Ming with a different gaze. They became a little solemn. Ouyang Wushuang revealed a trace of a smile. He naturally received the news of the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses yesterday. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. He could actually suppress a great sage perfection genius. However, the stronger Lu Ming was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Prince Wushuang, why did you summon us so early in the morning? A Purple Flame Villa's genius asked. Ouyang Wuji sent me an invitation. He said that he would hold a banquet for me and everyone present. Ouyang Wushuang explained the reason. Ouyang Wuji invited us to a banquet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Someone frowned. Ouyang Wuji was one of the 3 competing princes. He had the support of the Soul's Sanctum and had also invited many geniuses from the Ancient Moon Holy Ground. It was definitely not simple to invite them to a banquet at this time. No matter what, he invited us openly. I don't think he would dare to play dirty. Huang Ling said. The test for the 3 princes had not yet begun. Ouyang Wuji would definitely not dare to play dirty and harm them. Otherwise, he would be disqualified. That's right. Therefore, we can't show any weakness. Let's go and see what Ouyang Wuji is up to. Ouyang Wushuang said. No one had any objections. It would be beneficial for them to meet Ouyang Wuji and his helpers first. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. The group chatted for a while more. Seeing that it was about time, Ouyang Wushuang led the group and the rest followed him to a vast palace. That palace was Ouyang Wuji's residence. Someone led them to a spacious courtyard. Ninth brother, you're here. Heroes, please take a seat. A young man wearing a purple gold robe and a purple gold crown laughed and welcomed them. Sixth brother, you're welcome. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Among the princes, Ouyang Wushuang was ranked 9th, Ouyang Wuji was ranked 6th, and Ouyang Wudao was ranked 1st. He was known as the first prince. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang sat at the top. Below Ouyang Wuji sat a dozen young men, each with an extraordinary aura. Lu Ming and the rest sat below Ouyang Wuji and sized each other up. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon at a glance and his gaze fell on her. Autumn Moon seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's gaze. She frowned and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. You really don't seem to recognize me. Lu Ming frowned. Golden Crow's second prince, Mo Lang from Sky Wolf Pagoda. Chapter 1826. There were 5 or 6 geniuses from the Ancient Moon Holy Ground. They were the top geniuses of the Ancient Moon Holy Ground. For example, Mo Lang was the number 1 genius of the Sky Wolf Tower. The second prince of the Golden Crow clan was the number 2 genius of the Golden Crow clan. It's Lu Ming. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others saw Lu Ming. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Lu Ming's name was too famous in the Ancient Moon Holy Land. Not long ago, he had killed Falcon and Wan Jingyang, who were not weaker than them. Naturally, their expressions were ugly and they were full of fear. It's good that Lu Ming came to the Ancient Sun Holy Ground. We can let the geniuses of the One Sanctum deal with him. Each of the geniuses of the One Sanctum has amazing battle strength. It's hard to find a match for them at the same level. They can kill Lu Ming. That's right. Mo Lang, the second prince of the Golden Crow clan, and the others secretly communicated with each other. All kinds of thoughts were running through their minds. Ninth brother, heroes, I'm very grateful to you for coming to this banquet today. Here's a toast to you. Ouyang Wuji raised his cup and said something polite. Everyone also raised their cups and drank a cup. Ninth brother, the assessment will begin in a few days. Are you ready? Ouyang Wuji put down his cup and suddenly asked. Of course. When the time comes, please show mercy, sixth brother. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. His words were flawless. Ninth brother, are you confident about this assessment? Ouyang Wuji suddenly changed the topic. Eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. He's very powerful. How can I be confident? Ouyang Wushuang sighed. Yes, eldest brother has the support of the Daluo Heaven sect. There are many geniuses and experts in the sect. I'm afraid that you and I can't compete with them. Therefore, I invited you here to discuss something with you. Ouyang Wuji said. Sixth brother, just say it. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, I'll be frank. If you and I are separated, we won't be big brother's match. How about this? Let's join forces. Ninth brother will help me obtain the position of crown prince. In the future, I won't forget ninth brother. In the future, when I inherit the throne, ninth brother will be above everyone in the Xinyuan Empire, second only to me. Ouyang Wuji stated his purpose. His words caused the expressions of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses to change. However, Ouyang Wushuang's expression did not change. He played with the jade cup in his hand as if he was thinking. After a while, he slowly said, Sixth brother's idea is not bad. You agreed? Ouyang Wuji was overjoyed. I didn't say that I agreed. I just said that it's a good idea. How about this, sixth brother, help me obtain the position of crown prince, and I can guarantee that in the future, you will be second only to one person and above all others. How about it? Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. Ninth brother, are you messing with me? Ouyang Wuji's face darkened. How did I trick you? Why? Only I can help you, but you can't help me? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. Ninth brother, you have to know your own limits and understand your own strength. In this assessment, you and your helpers will only be reduced to supporting characters. You won't have any chance. Ouyang Wuji's voice turned cold. Those words caused the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa to turn ugly. Ouyang Wuji's words implied that the Purple Flame Villa was weak and could not compare to the Soul Sacred Hall. In fact, that was the truth. The Purple Flame Villa was indeed the weakest of the four major forces of the ancient Sun's sacred ground. Although the Soul Sacred Hall had the least number of disciples, they were not called the Soul Sacred Hall for nothing. Every disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall had terrifying talent in their respective fields. Sixth brother, are you that confident? Ouyang Wushuang was not angry. It's not confidence, it's the truth. Ouyang Wuji said with great confidence. He continued, Ninth brother, to put it bluntly, your strength is already weak. What qualifications do you have for me to help you? Why don't you help me defeat big brother? Sixth brother, strength is not determined by words. Ouyang Wushuang said indifferently. Oh. Does that mean that ninth brother has the confidence to compete with me? Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wushuang did not finish his words. He raised his wine cup and took a sip. Obviously, he agreed. Good. Since ninth brother is so confident, sixth brother would like to see it for himself. Why don't we exchange pointers? Ouyang Wuji said. What kind of exchange? Ouyang Wushuang asked. You and I are well aware of our battle strength. There's no need to exchange pointers. Let's see who's stronger and who's weaker. Ouyang Wuji said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded. He understood that Ouyang Wuji's main purpose of hosting this banquet was to suppress his morale and persuade him to help Ouyang Wuji. How could he back down? Set up the battle stage. Ouyang Wuji said. Immediately, a rumbling sound came from an empty space. Then, a huge battle stage appeared. Whoosh! A figure flashed out from Ouyang Wuji's side and stood on the battle stage. He did not hide his aura at all. Layers of white flames bloomed, causing the space around him to distort. My name is Yuji, a disciple of the Soul Sacred Hall. My cultivation is at the Great Saint Realm and I specialize in the law of fire. The Purple Flame Villa also specializes in the law of fire. Which Great Saint Realm cultivator in the Great Saint Realm would like to fight me? Yuji glanced at Lu Ming and the others. However, he only glanced at Lu Ming and the others before his gaze landed on the people from the Purple Flame Villa. I'll fight you. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa stepped into the air and rushed onto the battle stage. This person was the one who had been defeated by Lu Ming the day before. The two of them stood on the battle stage. Their auras exploded, causing the battle stage to heat up. A light screen rose around the battle stage, isolating them from the heat. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Both of them cultivated the law of fire and were filled with terrifying destructive power. Their attacks constantly collided, causing explosions and raging flames. However, Yuji's white flames were extremely powerful. In just a few moves, he had gained the upper hand and began to suppress the genius from the Purple Flame Villa. After a dozen moves, the genius from the Purple Flame Villa was no match for Yuji. He was blasted out of the battle stage by Yuji and vomited blood. Yuji was defeated. They were both in the Great Sage Peak, but he was defeated by his opponent in a dozen moves. This made the faces of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa turn ugly. Ouyang Wushuang's face also darkened. I've long heard that every genius from the One Sacred Palace is very terrifying. They are known as the only ones in the world. Every attribute and every domain is unique. It's really amazing. Huang Ling said softly. That's right. Yuji's white flames are extremely strange. They can even burn flames. Long Chen also said with a grave expression. Flames could burn other flames. It was really strange and terrifying. Are you worthy of cultivating the law of fire? Chapter 1827. Purple Flame Villa was a fire cultivator, but now they were being looked down upon in this field. This made their faces turn even uglier. I'll fight you. Someone roared, and a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was Xiao Mucheng, the leader of these geniuses from Purple Flame Villa. He was also a complete supreme saint. In fact, many of the top prodigies' cultivation bases were at the Great Sage Perfection Realm. After all, there were very few who could reach the absolute saint realm among the younger generation. It wasn't that easy to break through. Of course, there were differences in combat power among those in the same realm. Die. Xiao Mucheng went into the fighting ring and attacked directly. He kept punching out with his fists. In the sky, huge meteorites with purple flames fell toward Yuji. The white flames around Yuji's body condensed into battle swords. They slashed out violently, splitting the meteorites one by one. On the fighting ring, there were continuous explosions, and it was more intense than before. Xiao Mucheng's combat power was stronger than that of the previous genius from Purple Flame Villa. His theurgy art was more profound, at least 70%. It was very powerful. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. On the fighting ring, there were white and purple flames fighting against each other. However, after more than 100 blows, Xiao Mucheng was still defeated and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After more than 100 blows, Xiao Mucheng was blasted out of the fighting ring by Yuji. Xiao Mucheng was also defeated. The combat power of the disciples from the One Only Temple was indeed amazing. Who else is in the complete Supreme Saint realm? Come and fight me. Yuji shouted. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the people from Purple Flame Villa. The people from Purple Flame Villa were silent. Even their leader, Xiao Mucheng, had been defeated. The others would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Hehe, you're really weak. Senior brother Yuji isn't the strongest among the complete Supreme Saints from the One Only Temple. Someone from the One Only Temple sneered. This made the hearts of Purple Flame Villa and Ouyang Wushuang sink. Yuji wasn't the strongest among the complete Supreme Saints from the One Only Temple? How was that possible? Yuji's combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level, unless it was a king physique that controlled the law of the king, or a superior heaven spiritual physique. However, such people were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. And in the Soul Holy Temple, there were great sages who were even stronger than Yuji. No wonder the Soul Holy Temple was so arrogant, and no wonder Ouyang Wuji was so confident. Ninth brother, you've seen it for yourself, right? Ouyang Wuji said lightly. The sparring has just begun. What's the hurry, sixth brother? Ouyang Wushuang said. Oh. Then let's continue. Since no one in Great Sage Perfection dares to fight, then let's change to Great Sage Peak. Ouyang Wuji snorted coldly. As soon as Yuji left the arena, another person from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the arena floor, revealing a cultivation base at the peak of the Great Sage level. Ouyang Wuji wanted to completely crush Ouyang Wushuang's side at all levels. Peak of the Great Sage Realm. Who wants to fight me? The pride of the one and only Divine Palace was full of pride and confidence. The pride of the Purple Flame Villa looked very solemn. In the end, a Great Sage Peak pride stepped onto the arena floor. Unfortunately, he was no match for the pride of the one and only Divine Palace. Just like before, it was basically a one-sided battle. In just a few dozen moves, the pride of the Purple Flame Villa was defeated. Then, the Purple Flame Villa sent out another pride, but he was no match for the one. Great Sage Perfection and Great Sage Pinnacle were all swept away and crushed. Ninth brother, I've said that even if you participate in the test, you won't have a chance. Why don't you come and help me? Ouyang Wuji continued. We've only gone through 2 levels. The Great Sage Greater Mastery hasn't fought yet. Sixth brother, you're too early to say that. Ouyang Wushuang said. Do Great Sage Greater Mastery need to fight? People at this level are almost useless in this test. Ouyang Wuji smiled disdainfully. This time, the pride of the Soul Sage Cathedral was the best of the best. Not only did they have strong spiritual bodies, but their divine abilities were also at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Most of them were Great Sage Perfection. Great Sage Greater Mastery would have no impact on the battle. How do you know if we haven't fought? Ouyang Wushuang said. Since ninth brother insists, why don't we fight? I happen to have a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy on my side. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, a Great Sage Greater Mastery prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral stepped onto the battle platform. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Who wants to fight? The man shouted. The Purple Flame Villa prodigies looked at each other. There was no Great Sage Greater Mastery among them. I'll fight this battle. Long Chen stood up and stepped onto the battle platform. Long Chen's cultivation was at the Great Sage Greater Mastery. Ninth brother, I heard that you've invited a few prodigies from the Ancient Moon's sacred temple to help. Could it be them? Their cultivation is a little low. Ouyang Wuji smiled with a hint of mockery. The prodigies he had invited from the Ancient Moon's sacred ground were all Great Sage Perfection, such as Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Although they were not as strong as the prodigies from the Soul Sage Cathedral, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. The factor that determines one's combat strength is not determined by their cultivation. Ouyang Wushuang replied calmly. Oh, is that so? Not everyone is as talented as ninth brother. Ouyang Wuji smiled. On the battle platform, Long Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was extraordinary, but it did not sit well with the people from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Do you still want me to fight? I advise you to get off the stage yourself. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral said arrogantly. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen said calmly. What? 3 of your moves? Ha ha ha. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral laughed out loud. He was not the only one. Everyone below the battle platform laughed out loud. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Now, Long Chen said that he would defeat the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral in 3 moves. Wasn't that ridiculous? Ninth brother, this friend of yours is really... Yang Wuji was about to mock Long Chen, but his words were stuck in his throat. The trumpeting of an elephant resounded through the sky. One of Long Chen's arms swelled rapidly. He took a step forward and the battle platform shook. Then, he threw a punch at the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral. Boom! Wherever the fist chi passed, the sky shook violently. The air instantly evaporated, forming a terrifying vacuum. The terrifying power caused the prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral to turn pale. Block it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral used all his strength to block it, but it was useless. Long Chen's fist chi smashed through everything that blocked it. The prodigy from the Soul Sage Cathedral screamed as his body was sent flying. He fell heavily off the battle platform. Half of his body was smashed and he was almost beaten to death. How is this possible? Chapter 1828. The prodigy of the One Sanctum was known as the only one in the world who was invincible among those of the same level. But now, he had been defeated by Long Chen in one move. This shocked everyone. Long Chen was being polite when he said 3 moves. In fact, he could not even block one move. It's the ultimate law of power, one of the kingly law. Someone from the One Sanctum recognized Long Chen's law. This person has a kingly body and controls the ultimate law of power. No wonder he's so terrifying. He has a kingly body like the 9th prince. The prodigies of the One Sanctum discussed among themselves. This guy is also so strong. The prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa looked at Long Chen in shock. Previously, Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong. They did not expect Long Chen to be so strong as well. He had defeated the One Sanctum's prodigy with one move. Could it be that these people are all so abnormal? They looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the others from the Ancient Moon's sacred ground looked serious. They already knew that Long Chen had a kingly body and controlled the kingly law. What's the point of fighting among those of the same level? Since I'm a prodigy, I should fight above my level. Who among you who are at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm wants to fight? Long Chen's voice rang out as he looked in the direction of the One Sanctum. Many people were shocked. Long Chen wanted to fight above his level. Wasn't he too confident? To these prodigies, it was naturally not difficult for them to fight above their cultivation level. In fact, it was a piece of cake. But that was only for ordinary martial artists. For example, those with inferior earth spiritual bodies, intermediate earth spiritual bodies, or even superior earth spiritual bodies. But as prodigies, who could say that they could fight above their level? Unless they had combat strength that far exceeded their level. Humph, although you have a kingly body and control the kingly law, you may not be able to fight above your level. A prodigy from the One Sanctum snorted. Nonsense, do you dare to fight? Long Chen was domineering, and his fighting spirit was overwhelming. You asked for it. I'll fulfill your wish. A prodigy from the One Sanctum stepped into the air and appeared in the fighting ring. This was the prodigy who had defeated the peak Supreme Saint from the Purple Flame Villa. His combat strength was extremely strong. Almost no one in the same level could beat him, let alone Long Chen who was one level above him. I'll let you understand that even if you control the laws of kings, you're not invincible. The genius from the only temple shouted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted. Dazzling golden light bloomed in his hand, forming a golden battle sword. This person controlled the law of metal and was incomparably sharp. Roar! An elephant's trumpet sounded, and Long Chen's entire body swelled up. The law of power circulated as if it was filled with endless power. Boom! Boom! Long Chen stepped onto the battle platform, which rumbled continuously as he charged towards his opponent. Whoosh! His golden sword was incomparably sharp and was 10 meters long. It slashed towards Long Chen, but Long Chen punched out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out. His opponent's metal sword vibrated violently before exploding. His opponent's body retreated continuously. So strong? Many people were shocked. Long Chen's strength was too great. He was one level higher than him, yet he had destroyed his opponent's attack with a single punch. Again. Long Chen took a step forward and threw another punch at his opponent. 10,000 weapons, slash. The only temple's genius shouted. The law of metal circulated, and a dense array of weapons condensed in the sky. They charged towards Long Chen from all directions. However, Long Chen's attack was very simple. He threw out one punch after another, but every punch caused the void to tremble. Wherever the fist force passed, all the weapons would explode. The terrifying fist force continued to surge towards his opponent, forcing him to retreat. Diamond Giants. The genius from the only temple shouted. His saint power surged, and two huge creatures condensed in front of him. These two giants were golden and seemed to be completely made of metal. They were 10 meters tall and had an intimidating aura. Dong! Dong! The two diamond giants took a step forward, and their fists, which were the size of water tanks, charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was fearless as he raised his fist to meet the attack. It was a battle of strength between the strong. Long Chen's fist collided with the diamond giant's fists, and a terrifying roar rang out. Scrap metal, break for me! Long Chen roared. His fist force was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the diamond giants. Bam! One of the diamond giants could not withstand Long Chen's power and was crushed by his power. Then, Long Chen soared into the sky and stepped on one of the diamond giants. This step was like the resurrection of an ancient dragon elephant, and it suppressed the heavens. This diamond giant was also crushed, and it turned into energy and disappeared. After Long Chen crushed the diamond giant, he used the energy to charge towards the only temple's genius. His fist force was like a rainbow, and it was unstoppable. The genius from the only temple grunted and spat out blood as he flew out of the fighting ring. Long Chen had won again. The crowd fell silent. Previously, it was normal for Long Chen to defeat a genius of the same level as him in one move. But now, he had surpassed a level and defeated the genius from the only temple. This was shocking. Moreover, the genius from the only temple was very powerful. He had just defeated the other geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa. The genius from the only temple looked gloomy. The genius from the Purple Flame Villa was dumbfounded. Only Lu Ming and Huang Ling's expressions did not change. This result was within their expectations. Long Chen had mastered the law of kings, and his spiritual body had evolved into a superior spiritual body. It was normal for him to defeat an opponent who was one level higher than him. In fact, Long Chen had not even used his full strength just now. Good, ha ha ha. Ouyang Wushuang laughed and let out a long breath, exhaling the anger that he had suppressed just now. Ouyang Wuji's face was gloomy, and he did not say anything. Long Chen, let me go up and play. At this moment, Huang Ling stood up, stepped into the air, and landed on the fighting ring. Long Chen nodded and got off the fighting ring. Everyone, I am also in the Great Sage Greater Mastery. I would like to learn from Brother Long Chen and challenge someone who is at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Who would like to spar with me? Huang Ling's voice was heard as she looked at the only temple. Another Great Sage Greater Mastery challenging someone at the peak of the Great Sage realm? Could this beautiful woman also be a genius of Long Chen's level? How can a genius of that level appear so easily? I don't believe it. I will fight this battle. A woman from the only temple flew up. This woman was quite beautiful, but she was overshadowed by Huang Ling. She was already unhappy when she saw Huang Ling. Now that Huang Ling wanted to challenge someone who was at the peak of the Great Sage realm with her Great Sage Greater Mastery cultivation, she immediately went up. Without any superfluous words, the two of them directly attacked. The woman from the only temple had mastered the law of water, and her strength was very shocking. However, she had encountered Huang Ling, and her defeat was set. Just like Long Chen, Huang Ling knocked her opponent off the fighting ring in a few moves. The law of undying fire and another king body. How is this possible? Chapter 1829. Previously, there was Long Chen, and now there was Huang Ling, who also mastered the Law of Kings. Her combat strength was amazing, and she defeated her opponent, who was one level higher than her. Ouyang Wuji's face became more and more ugly. Today, he invited Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming to a banquet. His purpose was to defeat Ouyang Wushuang at the banquet. He wanted to defeat Ouyang Wushuang's side with an overwhelming force. In the end, he would force Ouyang Wushuang to agree to help him fight against Ouyang Wudao when he lost all his confidence. But now, Long Chen and Huang Ling were continuously fighting above their level. The momentum that he had accumulated previously had disappeared. Huang Ling floated down and returned to her seat. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Cultivation is only one of the factors that determine combat strength. There are many factors that determine the strength of combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang said with a carefree smile. Humph, ninth brother, no matter how strong they are only great sage greater mastery. They can defeat a great sage peak, but can they defeat a great sage peak? Is it useful to rely on the two of them in this test? Ouyang Wuji snorted and said indifferently. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, they were only equivalent to two powerful great sage peak. How could they affect the overall situation? The test this time wasn't about who was stronger among those of the same level. What's the hurry? The test is not over yet. Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. The test is not over yet? The great sage greater mastery has already competed. Are we going to compete with the great sage lesser mastery? Ninth brother, what's the use of great sage lesser mastery in this test? Are they going to die? Ninth brother, don't tell me you have invited great sage lesser mastery as well? Ouyang Wuji's continuous questions revealed deep sarcasm. At the same time, his gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on Lu Ming. On Ouyang Wushuang's side, needless to say, the people of Purple Flame Villa were all great sage peak and great sage peak perfection. Long Chen and Huang Ling had shown their cultivation. The only one who had not shown his cultivation was Lu Ming. If there was another great sage lesser mastery, then it could only be Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Sixth brother, I have said that a high cultivation does not mean a high combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang added. How could I not know this? But there must be a limit to a low cultivation. He is merely a great sage minor mastery. Even if he can fight across a level like the previous two, what's the use? He is just equivalent to a great sage great mastery character. I'm afraid anyone here can defeat him. Ninth brother, at the end of the day, your strength isn't that great. You're still helping me deal with the first prince. I'll say it again, I won't mistreat you. Ouyang Wuji rattled on and on. However, he did not see the expressions of Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's sixth prince, and the people from the ancient Moon Holy Land, nor did he see the expressions of the people from the Purple Flame Villa. A great sage minor mastery was equivalent to a great sage great mastery at most. To Lu Ming, this was simply impossible. Ouyang Wushuang ignored Ouyang Wuji and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Lu Ming, do you want to play? Alright, let's have some fun. Lu Ming stood up. Big brother Lu Ming, beat them up, chirp chirp. Bubbles waved her little fists and cheered for Lu Ming. This pervert is going to make his move. The people from the Purple Flame Villa looked at Lu Ming with deep fear in their eyes. However, they naturally wouldn't remind Soul Sanctum. Soul Sanctum had humiliated them earlier and they were happy to see Soul Sanctum suffer a setback. All right. Lu Ming patted Bubbles' little head and stepped out, landing on the fighting ring. It's this perverted guy. He's a complete piece of trash. Previously, he dared to tease junior sister Autumn Moon on the street and was sent flying by my palm. Now, he's still pretending. A young man from the Soul Holy Temple sneered disdainfully. So it's this guy. How dare he? Another person from the Soul Holy Temple sneered. Everyone, this guy is not simple. Mo Lang from the Sky Wolf Pagoda wanted to warn the Sky Prides from the Soul Holy Temple. What do you mean by not simple? Isn't he just a great saint in the initial stage? Are you looking down on us because we've lost 2 rounds? Yuji's gaze swept towards Imo Lang, causing him to shiver. He then shook his head and kept quiet. These people from the Seoul Holy Temple were very arrogant and looked down on Imo Lang and the others. During this period, Imo Lang and the others had been ridiculed. Since these people did not listen to him, he was too lazy to say anything. Kid, let me tell you. You're just a great saint in the initial stage. No one here is a great saint in the initial stage. You must challenge them. In 2 days, I'll call a junior brother to play with you. A sky pride from the Seoul Holy Temple looked at Lu Ming mockingly. You only know how to challenge people of the same level. How can you be considered a sky pride? You're just a piece of trash. Since you're a sky pride, you must challenge those of a higher level. All of you, as long as you're a great saint, come up and fight me. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? The sky prides from the Seoul Holy Temple, including Ouyang Wuji, were stunned. What did Lu Ming say? As long as they were in the great saint realm, they could challenge him? Was this kid crazy? He was just a great saint in the initial stage. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the great saint realm? Did he really think that everyone here was trash? Everyone here was a peerless sky pride. Even an ordinary martial artist in the initial stage of the great saint realm could not challenge a great saint realm in the great saint realm, let alone a sky pride. This kid must be crazy. Ha ha ha, this brat, could it be that he has gone crazy after being hit by my palm last time? The young man who sent Lu Ming flying last time laughed loudly. How dare he say that he could challenge anyone in the great saint realm? If he was not crazy, then what was? Ninth brother, did you really invite this person here? I'm afraid he hasn't seen the world yet. Ouyang Wuji sneered. A great saint in the initial stage could challenge a great saint in the great saint realm. Moreover, he was a peerless sky pride. Even if you beat him to death, he would not believe that there was such a person in the world. You talk too much nonsense. Do you dare to challenge me? Lu Ming scolded, looking down at the sky prides from the Seoul Holy Temple and Imo Lang. Imo Lang and the others felt their hearts skip a beat when Lu Ming glanced at them. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and lowered their heads. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. I'll destroy this kid. He just came and stared at junior sister Autumn Moon. I'll let him know what kind of trash he is. A young man from the Seoul Holy Temple shouted coldly and rushed into the fighting ring. His aura was released. He was a peak great saint expert. Senior brother, go easy on him. Don't kill him in one move. That'll be boring. The young man who sent Lu Ming flying on the street said arrogantly. Make your move. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Kneel down. The young man shouted and struck with his palm. A huge khaki-colored palm grabbed at Lu Ming. This person controlled the law of earth and had amazing power. Boom. Chapter 1830. Lu Ming used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The law of chaos circulated as he punched out. The terrifying fist energy whistled and destroyed the opponent's giant hand. The sky pride from the only sacred temple's face darkened. He shouted coldly, "You're quite capable. Let's see how many moves you can take." The opponent waved his hand. The law of earth circulated in the sky, forming mountains that pressed down on Lu Ming. I'm too lazy to play with you. Lu Ming spoke calmly. He took a step forward and dashed toward the other party at lightning speed. At the same time, he threw out a punch. A ray of fist radiance pierced through the air and swept away all the mountains. The terrifying fist force continued to blast toward the genius from the one holy temple. The fist energy was unstoppable. It was as if the entire world was being crushed. The opponent's face changed drastically. The law of earth circulated and set up layers of defense in front of him. But it was useless. Lu Ming's fist energy crushed all the defenses. The sky pride from the only sacred temple spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. The entire place was silent. The Sky Pride from the only sacred temple, who was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, had been defeated so easily by Lu Ming. There was no resistance at all. How could a person at the initial stage of the Supreme Saint realm have such shocking combat strength? The other Sky Prides from the only sacred temple looked gloomy. Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the other Sky Prides from the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground and Purple Flame Villa had complicated expressions. They had long known about Lu Ming's combat strength. They were not surprised by this result. How is this possible? The young man who had sent Lu Ming flying with one palm on the street widened his eyes in disbelief at this scene. Wasn't Lu Ming sent flying with a single palm strike? Why was his combat strength so terrifying now? Sixth brother, I've told you before. Cultivation never represents combat strength. Ouyang Wushuang laughed. Ouyang Wuji's face darkened and he did not speak. Huang Ling and Long Chen were able to defeat the Sky Pride from the only sacred temple. But now, Lu Ming was able to defeat the Sky Pride from the only sacred temple. Even Ouyang Wuji found it unbelievable. Great sages, Yang Qi said. If any of you want to come up here and fight, you're welcome. Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring, his voice spreading in all directions. But this time, no one mocked him. Because just now, Lu Ming had used his battle prowess to prove that he had the strength to do so. Let me, said a voice. Then, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the fighting stage. Yu Ji. Many people's hearts trembled. Yu Ji was a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm. Previously, he had defeated the Great Perfection Realm Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa with his powerful combat strength. It could be said that among the great circle of the great sage level, his battle prowess was definitely at the very top. Unless he had a monarch body, he would be virtually invincible. Now, he was going to fight Lu Ming, whose cultivation was only at the great sage minor mastery. Many people were very curious. Could Lu Ming fight with Yu Ji? Although Lu Ming is strong, he can't be a match for Yu Ji. I've heard of a great sage in the lesser mastery defeating a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm, but I've never heard of a great sage in the Great Perfection Realm like Yu Ji. That's right. Even the Son of Heaven would find it difficult to do so. The difference in cultivation is too great. The Sky Prides of the Soul's Sanctum were discussing. This time, even Mo Lang, the Golden Crow's second prince, and the Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa thought that Lu Ming's chances of winning were not high. Although Lu Ming could kill a Sky Pride like Wan Jingyang's cultivation was also at the Great Perfection Realm, but he was definitely not a match for Yu Ji. Make your move, Lu Ming said indifferently. Kill. Yu Ji's body was covered in white flames, and the temperature was shockingly high. The flames formed a battle saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's chaotic law flowed all over his body as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill. His palm was like a saber as he slashed out. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the power of flames filled half of the battle platform. Then, a figure could be seen taking 7 or 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. That figure was Yu Ji, and Lu Ming did not move at all. Yu Ji has been defeated. Many people gasped in shock. Could it be that even Yu Ji was no match for Lu Ming? The law he controls seems to be the law of chaos. Someone suddenly exclaimed. That's right. The light of chaos is very similar to the legendary law of chaos. Could this person be one of the sons of heaven, the son of chaos? It should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. I didn't expect the son of chaos to appear here. Many people could also see that Lu Ming controlled the law of chaos, and they immediately discussed it intensely. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even colder. He did not expect Ouyang Wushuang to know a son of chaos. Ninth brother, your connections are really wide. You actually know a son of chaos. Ouyang Wuji said, his voice full of jealousy. Of course, he was jealous. Huang Ling and Long Chen, whom Ouyang Wuji had invited, both controlled the law of kings, and Lu Ming controlled one of the 10 strongest laws. Although such a genius's cultivation was still weak now, he would definitely be terrifying in the future. Why didn't he know such a powerful genius? Damn it. Yuji retreated and growled, his face even gloomier. The one only sacred palace was known as the only one in the world, but now, he was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was so much higher. It was unbearable for him. The flames on his body burned even more fiercely. The white flames danced, distorting the space around him. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's gaze moved away from Yuji and looked at the one only sacred palace, at Autumn Moon. At that moment, Autumn Moon's gaze was also curiously sizing up Lu Ming, as if she did not know Lu Ming at all. Autumn Moon, I'm Lu Ming. I'm your young master. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Lu Ming? Young master? Those words made Autumn Moon frown as if she was thinking. How dare you? This guy is taking advantage of junior sister Autumn Moon again. Senior brother Yuji, teach him a lesson. The genius of the one only sacred palace shouted unhappily. Raging flame storm cut. At that moment, Yuji roared and the flames on his body condensed into a huge battle saber. The battle saber slashed hundreds of times in an instant, and the flaming saber light swept toward Lu Ming. This was Yuji's divine skill, and its power was extremely shocking. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and pointed his finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted toward Yuji. Boom! The chaos calamity finger was like the finger of a god. With a touch, all the saber gleams shattered. The terrifying force crushed toward Yuji. Yuji retreated all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His body trembled slightly and he was almost blasted off the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon, and he did not look at Yuji. Autumn Moon, it's been more than 10 years since we last met. Do you still remember Master and Madam, my father Lu Yuntian, and my mother Li Ping? They all miss you very much. Chapter 1831. Master and Madam, Chiao Yu muttered to herself, and the look in her eyes became more intense. She frowned as if she was thinking hard about something. Kill! Yuji roared, and charged towards Lu Ming. Flames filled the sky, and in the sky, sabers and swords condensed from flames appeared one after another, and like a storm, they charged towards Lu Ming. This move was Yuji's strongest move, and it displayed the divine art to the extreme. Get down! Lu Ming didn't even look and pointed out another finger. This time, Lu Ming raised the power of the chaotic calamity finger to the extreme. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength in the previous finger. The law of primal chaos erupted, and the chaotic calamity finger was formed and blasted out, crushing all obstacles. All the weapons condensed from flames exploded in an instant. Yuji's face changed drastically, and with a scream, his body was blasted out like a cannonball. He flew out of the battle platform for a long distance before falling to the ground and vomiting blood. He was severely injured by this move. If it weren't for his flame's spiritual body and tenacious vitality, his physical body would have exploded. Yuji was defeated. He was utterly defeated. Many people were silent. This kind of combat strength was beyond their imagination. A lesser great saint defeated Yuji, who was in the great saint perfection realm. Yuji was a peerless genius, and this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Especially the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa, they remembered that when they first saw Lu Ming and the others, they mocked Lu Ming and the others. Now that they thought about it, they felt embarrassed and ashamed. Some of the people from the Soul Holy Temple blushed. Lu Ming said before that as long as they were in the Great Saint Realm, they could challenge them at will, and they even mocked Lu Ming for being crazy. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had a well-thought-out plan. On the contrary, they seemed a little ridiculous. They were like clowns. Ouyang Wushuang laughed heartily. Sixth brother, how is it? So what if you're in the Great Saint Perfection Realm? You still lost. It seems that my side is stronger. Sixth brother, do you want to help me get the position of Crown Prince? Ouyang Wushuang smiled. Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely gloomy. He knew that his plan to suppress Ouyang Wushuang and make Ouyang Wushuang help him fight against the first prince, Ouyang Wudao, had failed. It was all because of Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Huang Ling. Ouyang Wuji clenched his fists, his eyes cold. In the beginning, everything went according to his plan. Everything went smoothly. However, after Long Chen made his move, all of his plans were messed up. Long Chen and Huang Ling's battle prowess was extremely powerful. They were actually able to defeat the geniuses of the One Temple. However, this was nothing. No matter how strong Long Chen and Huang Ling were, it would be difficult for them to contend against the geniuses of the Great Sage Perfections. They would not have much impact on the overall situation. However, Lu Ming's subsequent actions completely disrupted his plans. Lu Ming's battle prowess could even defeat Yu Ji. This kind of battle prowess could already affect the battle situation. In this way, he did not have an overwhelming advantage. Why would Ouyang Wushuang help him? Ninth brother, this test is a test of overall strength. Although Lu Ming is strong, he's only one person. I advise you to help me. Ouyang Wuji said with a gloomy face. Oh, if that's the case, we'll see who's stronger during the test. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, then we'll see during the test. Ouyang Wuji said with a cold face. Various thoughts ran through everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still fixed on Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, what's wrong with you? Do you still remember the Lu family of Windfire City? Do you still remember the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Do you still remember the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming's voice was like a bell that resounded between heaven and earth. He continuously asked a series of questions that seemed to penetrate deep into Autumn Moon's heart. Lu family of Windfire City. Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu family of Windfire City. Xiao Yu kept muttering to herself. Her eyes were filled with confusion. After a while, a painful expression appeared on her face. She let out a soft cry and flew up into the sky. She turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Autumn Moon, just as Lu Ming was about to chase after her, a few elites from the only sacred palace blocked Lu Ming's path. Damn it, what did you say to Autumn Moon? Why did you make her so abnormal? If anything happens to junior sister Autumn Moon, you'll die without a burial place. The elites from the only sacred palace shouted coldly, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. What? Are you trying to bully me with your numbers? Long Chen said as he stepped out and came to Lu Ming's side. Then, Huang Ling did the same. How dare you? Ouyang Wuji shouted coldly and stood up. A powerful aura exploded from his body as he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, Mo Lang and the second prince of the Golden Crow also stared at Lu Ming unkindly. If they could take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming today, they would be willing to do so. Sixth brother, are you going to start a fight with me before the assessment starts? If word gets out, both of us will be disqualified. Wouldn't that benefit Ouyang Wudao? Ouyang Wushuang also stood up and confronted Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's expression changed. He did want to take the opportunity to cripple Lu Ming, but Ouyang Wushuang was right. If the two of them started a fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Whether they would be disqualified or not, Ouyang Wudao would benefit. Humph, ninth brother, I'll see you at the assessment. Ouyang Wuji pondered for a while, waved his sleeves and snorted coldly. Lu Ming, let's go first. Ouyang Wushuang looked at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming looked in the direction where Autumn Moon had left and frowned. Something must have happened to Autumn Moon. But one thing was for sure. Autumn Moon had not been possessed. If she had been possessed and Lu Ming kept asking her questions, she would not have reacted this way. Autumn Moon, I will find out what you have experienced. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The only thing he could do now was to find out what Autumn Moon had experienced. Only then could he find the right solution. Lu Ming did not pursue. He turned around and left with Ouyang Wushuang and the others. In Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang sat opposite each other at a stone table in a courtyard. Lu Ming, you asked me about Miss Autumn Moon. Do you know her? Are you really her young master? Ouyang Wushuang asked curiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and said, Autumn Moon and I came from the same place. Before she came to Yuanlu, she was my maid. Lu Ming briefly explained the relationship between him and Autumn Moon. The proud daughter of the One Sanctum is actually your maid. After hearing this, Ouyang Wushuang was shocked. But when Autumn Moon saw me, she seemed to have forgotten me. Something must have happened to her. Ouyang, have you heard anything about this? Lu Ming asked. Just now, Lu Ming came to find Ouyang Wushuang alone to ask about this. Chapter 1832. What happened? Ouyang Wushuang frowned and pondered. After a while, Ouyang Wushuang said, a year ago, something big happened in the ancient Sun Holy Land. Is it related to Miss Autumn Moon? What happened? Lu Ming asked quickly. 1 year ago, Miss Chiu Yu's master, an extremely powerful existence in the only holy temple, suddenly went mad and killed his way to the Daluo Heaven sect. I don't know what happened in the end, but Master Chiu Yu retreated. Ouyang Wushuang said. Miss Autumn Moon's master suddenly went to the Daluo Heaven sect? Lu Ming pondered. Miss Chiu Yu's master is definitely a true emperor, one of the strongest among true emperors. The Daluo Heaven sect is the strongest sect in the ancient Sun sacred ground. Rumor has it that there is a grand emperor there. Why would Miss Chiu Yu's master come to the Daluo Heaven sect unless something big happened? This incident caused a huge commotion in the sacred ground. Many speculated about what happened to make a powerful true emperor furious and went all the way to Daluo Heaven sect. But in the end, the matter was left unsettled and he directly retreated. However, there's no consensus on this matter yet. Ouyang Wushuang said. The Daluo Heaven sect, is it related to the incident of Miss Autumn Moon? Lu Ming frowned and then chatted with Ouyang Wushuang for a while. But they didn't come to a conclusion, so they left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, Ouyang Wushuang called everyone together again. Everyone, the content of the assessment is here. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to command the troops in battle. Ouyang Wushuang said. Command the troops in battle? Everyone was stunned. Yes, if you want to be the crown prince, you need to be excellent in all aspects, such as martial arts talent, wisdom, and connections. Only then can you control a country. The first part of the assessment is in a formation world. Ouyang Wuji, Ouyang Wudao, and I will each lead 30,000 troops to battle. We will be ranked according to the results. Ouyang Wushuang explained. Each side has 30,000 troops. Is the cultivation of the troops about the same among the 3 sides? Someone asked. If one side had an army of 30,000 strong while the other side had a weak army, then no matter how good one's commanding ability was, it would be useless. Don't worry about that. Everyone who enters the world of the formation will only enter with their spiritual sense. Their cultivation will be suppressed to the first layer martial dominator realm, and even if they are killed inside, they will only be eliminated instead of dying. Ouyang Wushuang said. No wonder. Everyone was surprised. Everyone's cultivation was martial royal realm of martial royal realm? They entered the martial royal realm? And was martial royal realm? In an army of tens of thousands, the strength of an individual could not affect the overall situation. Only the ability to command troops and the coordination of battle formations could be maximized. T-Tess. T. Saying this, Ouyang Wushuang headed toward the exit. The crowd followed him and soon arrived at a spacious area. Mystical runes flickered in all directions of the area, forming a mystical formation. On the ground, several figures sat with their legs crossed with their eyes closed as if they were meditating. There are 30,000 people here. They are currently in the formation world, which is guarded by the experts of the kingdom. Don't worry, no one will disturb you when you enter the formation world. Let's go in too. Ouyang Wuxuang said as he landed on the ground and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming and the others landed on the ground and sat down with their legs crossed. Following this, runes began to crawl onto their bodies and encapsulate them. Lu Ming could feel his mind leaving his body and entering a rift. Not long after, Lu Ming opened his eyes and discovered himself on a platform. Beside him, Ouyang Wuxuang, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others appeared too. My cultivation is indeed at the first layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming inspected his body and discovered that his cultivation was indeed at the first layer martial dominator realm. Everyone else's cultivation was at the first layer martial dominator realm too. How magical, it's similar to the sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming exclaimed. The sky-towering floating platform at the Dragon God Valley allowed the cultivator's mind to enter a place to cultivate. This formation world allowed the cultivator to enter the formation world and form a body. In front of the platform, there was a huge military camp. Many people could be seen coming and going in the military camp. Let's head over. Ouyang Wuxuang led the way, followed by the others. The 9th prince is here. Someone in the camp yelled. Beat the drum, gather the troops. Ouyang Wuxuang gave the order. Dong! 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 His deep and resounding voice spread throughout the entire barracks. With a flicker, the troops gathered on the spacious ground. Not long after, the 30,000 troops were gathered. All of them were wearing black armor and were at the first layer martial dominator realm. When they stood together, their aura was intimidating. Ouyang Wuxuang stood on the high ground and scanned the crowd. This time, the 6th prince, Ouyang Wuji, and the 1st prince, Ouyang Wudao, are fighting for the position of the crown prince. If you help me become the crown prince, you will be rewarded greatly. When I become the emperor in the future, I will not forget you. Ouyang Wuxuang's voice echoed in the camp. We will do our best to help the 9th prince become the crown prince. The 30,000 troops roared. If they could really help the 9th prince seize the position of crown prince, in the future, when Ouyang Wuxuang took control of the Xinyuan Empire, their lives would definitely be better. There would definitely be more opportunities. If they could grab hold of this opportunity, they might be able to achieve meteoric success. Alright, we will train together for the next 2 months. I have a large formation here, the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. For the next 2 months, you will train this formation with all your might. Ouyang Wuxuang said. Yes. The 30,000 troops replied, their voices shaking the sky. In a battle, only with the help of a large formation could one unleash a powerful combat strength. Some large formations could even unleash 10 or 100 times the combat strength. An army that did not know how to use formations would be easily defeated by an army that knew how to use formations. Everyone, during the first round of the examination, you should take a good rest. I will need your help in the second and third rounds. Ouyang Wuxuang looked at Lu Ming and the others. The first round was the battle of commanding the troops. Lu Ming and the others were only at the first layer martial dominator realm, so they would not be of much help. Their role was mainly in the second and third rounds. 9th prince, please. We will take a look around. A genius from the Purple Flame Villa said. All right. Chapter 1833. Lu Ming and the rest took a casual look and left one after another. The first round had nothing to do with them. In the following days, Ouyang Wuxuang focused on training the army and practicing the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation with the 30,000 soldiers. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been cultivating wholeheartedly. His cultivation level was approaching the Great Sage Great Mastery. However, after reaching the Great Sage realm, the improvement of his cultivation became slower and more difficult. After cultivating for half a month, Lu Ming stopped for the time being. He walked around and then entered the array ground again. He wanted to see how Ouyang Wuxuang was doing during this period of time to train the soldiers. Roar! Roar! On the open ground, the 30,000 soldiers were running on the ground like a torrent. The earth rumbled and their aura was earth-shattering. As far as the eye could see, what came into view was a black torrent. True essence surged and formed a giant tiger in the sky above the 30,000 soldiers. This giant tiger was tens of thousands of feet tall and bigger than a mountain. Its aura was shocking. This was the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. 30,000 first-layer martial emperors formed a formation and formed a Sky Tiger. Even a sage-to-be would be torn apart. Moreover, as the 30,000 soldiers trained for a long time and became more familiar with the formation, their combat strength would become stronger. Lu Ming stood in the sky and watched quietly. After training for a few hours, the army stopped to rest. A figure flew toward Lu Ming. It was Ouyang Wushuang. "Lu Ming, why are you here today?" Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. "I'm here to see how your training is going." "How is it? Are you confident about the first round of the test?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm not sure." Ouyang Wushuang shook his head and said with a serious face, "I got the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation by accident. It's very powerful, but I can't guarantee that Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji don't have a powerful formation. If they have a formation that is not weaker than mine, this battle will be very difficult. Moreover, the three sides are restraining each other. The situation is changing rapidly and no one is confident of winning." Ouyang Wushuang said. Lu Ming nodded. The three sides each had 30,000 soldiers, and their strength was about the same. They kept each other in check, and the situation was ever-changing. Before the results were out, no one could predict who would win. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "I have a battle formation here. Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger's Roaring Space Formation. Perhaps you can give it a try." "Its power is far above the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Formation?" Ouyang Wushuang's eyes lit up. "Yes, this formation is called the True Dragon Battle Formation." Lu Ming nodded, took out a jade token, and handed it to Ouyang Wushuang. This battle formation was found in the memories of the 9 dragons. Its power was very strong, far above the Sky Tiger Roaring Formation. Ouyang Wushuang scanned with his soul sense, and the joy on his face became stronger. "With this battle formation, I'm even more confident." Ouyang Wushuang said. "Not necessarily. If I don't use it well, I'm afraid I'll be the first to be eliminated." Lu Ming said. He wasn't that optimistic. "You mean, it will cause Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji to join forces?" Ouyang Wushuang was also a smart person. After thinking about it, he understood what Lu Ming meant. If his battle formation was too strong and made Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji feel threatened, the two sides would join forces to attack him. No matter how strong the True Dragon battle formation was, it would be dangerous. "So, we can only take out 5,000 people to practice the True Dragon battle formation. The other 25,000 people will continue to practice the Heavenly Tiger Roaring Space Formation. And during the battle, it's best if those 25,000 people are sacrificed." Lu Ming spoke and told him about a plan. His plan was very simple. When the three sides fought, 25,000 people would be sacrificed. This way, only a few thousand people would be left. Ouyang Wushuang wouldn't be much of a threat to the other two sides. Their attention would only be on each other. This way, Ouyang Wushuang would be able to reap the benefits. Of course, this plan required the remaining few thousand people to be strong enough to form a powerful battle formation. Otherwise, even if he reaped the benefits, it would be useless. "Okay, let's follow this plan." Ouyang Wushuang was also an extremely decisive person. He immediately decided to use Lu Ming's plan. "Ouyang, I hope you can win." Lu Ming smiled. Ouyang Wushuang was a silver inheritor and had to listen to his orders. Lu Ming also hoped that Ouyang Wushuang could defeat the other two sides, seize the position of Crown Prince, and then control the Xinyuan Empire. To Lu Ming, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in doing so. Ouyang Wushuang immediately selected 5,000 people to secretly practice the True Dragon battle formation. Lu Ming left the array world and wandered around the Xinyuan Empire. He casually bought some things and then walked toward Ouyang Wushuang's residence. You trash, hurry up and hand over your pills. Otherwise, I'll cripple you completely. Lu Ming had just turned into a residence when he heard a voice. Don't even think about it. This is my reward for working hard for a year. Don't even think about taking it. Kill me if you can. At this moment, another voice sounded. Judging from the voice, they didn't sound old. Lu Ming was a little curious. He moved and appeared on the roof of a hall. He looked forward. There were 5 to 6 youths in front of him. They were all 14 or 15 years old. 5 of them surrounded a black-robed youth and stared at him unkindly. The black-robed youth looked at them stubbornly. Ouyang Moli, since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Don't think that we don't dare to kill you. Even if we kill a trash like you who can't even awaken your bloodline, who will care about you? Among the 5 youths, a yellow-robed youth sneered. That's right. Hand over the pills. For a trash like you, even if you get the stabilizing pill, it'll be a waste. You might as well give it to us. Be filial to us in the future. Only then can trash like you live on. Otherwise, you'll die. The other youths sneered. Don't even think about it. The stabilizing pill is mine. It's my last hope. If you want to take it away, you might as well kill me. The black-robed youth, Ouyang Moli, roared. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-robed youth kicked Ouyang Moli in the stomach. Ouyang Moli screamed and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. However, his gaze was still firm as he stared at the yellow-robed youth and the others. If I don't die, I'll pay you back tenfold. Ouyang Moli said. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. This gaze made the yellow-robed youth and the others feel a chill in their hearts. You don't have a chance. Today is the day you die. The yellow-robed youth said coldly. His true core strength surged and he was about to attack Ouyang Moli. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His palm glowed and the reincarnation halberd appeared in his hand. Chapter 1834. The reincarnation halberd vibrated continuously and emitted radiance as if it was about to fly away. Moreover, the tip of the reincarnation halberd was pointing at Ouyang Moli. Lu Ming was surprised. The reincarnation halberd had been in his hands for a long time and there had been no abnormalities. However, since a while ago, the reincarnation halberd had been vibrating non-stop even when it was in the mountain river diagram. It seemed to be because of Ouyang Moli. There was no time for Lu Ming to think too much. With a movement of his body, Lu Ming appeared in front of Ouyang Moli. A gush of energy gushed out. The 5 teenagers were pushed back by this gush of energy. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Ouyang royal family? The yellow-robed youth shouted when he saw Lu Ming. He wasn't afraid at all. You can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Lu Ming waved his hand. Leave Ouyang Moli to us and we will leave. The yellow-robed youth said. Lu Ming didn't dare to make a move as he thought Lu Ming was afraid of them. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and a cold murderous intent surged out towards the 5 youths. Lu Ming had experienced many battles in his life and his murderous intent was extremely dense. The 5 youths shuddered when they were enveloped by Lu Ming's murderous intent. Their faces turned pale and there wasn't a trace of blood. You wait. Fear flashed in the yellow-robed youth's eyes. He left behind a ruthless sentence and left with the other 4 youths. Senior, thank you for your help. Ouyang Moli stepped forward and bowed to Lu Ming. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Why are they targeting you? Lu Ming asked curiously. Because they want to snatch my elixir. This elixir is my last hope. I can't let them snatch it away. Ouyang Moli's eyes were filled with determination. You haven't awakened your bloodline, right? Lu Ming sized up Ouyang Moli and revealed a curious expression. In the Yuan continent, especially in the ancient sun's sacred ground, it was rare to see a teenager who hadn't awakened his bloodline. No wonder the yellow-robed youth called Ouyang Moli trash. Ouyang Moli's eyes revealed a dejected look. However, in an instant, his eyes became firm again. He clenched his fists and said, "Senior, are you looking down on me too? Although I can't awaken my bloodline now, I'll be able to become a martial artist. Those who look down on me, I will trample them under my feet." Ouyang Moli's eyes was filled with surprise to him. Lulu's eyes to be more, and Lu Ming's eyes too's. The more he was to. Lu he to be. "I'm afraid you won't be able to awaken your bloodline even if you use that stabilizing pill." Said. What? B.S. to be cut, to cut cuts. His to be to bite. His, Ming. It. His. Why? Is it? He. Of it. But, I can help you. At this moment, Lu Ming continued. These words made Ouyang Moli's body tremble again. There was a bright glow in his eyes. That was the light of hope. Then, with a thud, Ouyang Moli knelt in front of Lu Ming and bowed deeply. "Master, please accept a bow from your disciple." "Master? I didn't say I would accept you as my disciple." Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly. "As long as you can help me awaken my bloodline, you will be my master." Ouyang Moli said firmly. "You don't have to be my disciple. You can decide after I help you awaken your bloodline. If you meet the requirements, I can accept you as my disciple on behalf of another senior." Lu Ming said. "Thank you, senior." Ouyang Moli said. "Come with me." Lu Ming walked towards his room and Ouyang Moli followed him. Soon, they arrived at Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming waved his hand and brought Ouyang Moli into the mountain-river diagram. They arrived at the peak of a mountain. Ouyang Moli looked around curiously. "This is the cultivation abode. Sit down with your legs crossed. I will help you awaken your bloodline." Lu Ming said. "All right." Ouyang Moli nodded and sat down with his legs crossed. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on Ouyang Moli's body continuously. Waves of Saint power surged into Ouyang Moli's body. Subsequently, layers of Saint power wrapped around Ouyang Moli, stimulating the bloodline in his body and helping him awaken his bloodline power. Buzz. Not long after, Ouyang Moli's spine emitted a blood-red light. As time passed, the blood-red light became thicker and thicker. Finally, a black vortex appeared and floated above Ouyang Moli's head. At this moment, there was a bright glow in Lu Ming's eyes as he stared intently at the vortex. Reincarnation. It's the reincarnation bloodline and the reincarnation body. Lu Ming muttered to himself in amazement. Ouyang Moli had awakened the reincarnation bloodline. As he cultivated, his body constitution would become the reincarnation body. Once he reached the saint realm, he would be able to control the reincarnation law. He was a rare genius, one of the sons of heaven, the reincarnation son. Like Xiang, he was born with the life body and would be able to control the life law and the future. The life law and reincarnation law were two of the 10 supreme laws. Lu Ming did not expect to meet a son of heaven here. No wonder the reincarnation halberd kept vibrating. It was obvious that the reincarnation halberd had sensed Ouyang Moli's body constitution. "My luck is really good." Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He had promised to help the reincarnation emperor find an inheritor. The son of reincarnation was definitely the best inheritor. Bloodline. I've awakened my bloodline. I've finally awakened my bloodline. Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly when he sensed the awakening of his bloodline. For so many years, no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not awaken his bloodline. He was called trash. He had once thought that he was trash. If it was not for his strong willpower, he would have given up on martial arts. Now that his bloodline had finally awakened, how could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? After a while, Ouyang Moli finally calmed down and knelt in front of Lu Ming with a thud. Disciple pays his respects to master. Your master isn't me. I will pass on the inheritance of another person to you. That person is your true master. Lu Ming said. No. In my heart, I only recognize you as my master. You have given me a new lease of life. No one can compare to you. Ouyang Moli said firmly. Are you sure? That person is a great emperor expert. Lu Ming said. A great emperor? Shock flashed across Ouyang Moli's eyes. A great emperor was the pinnacle of the world. The heavenly emperor was just a legend. A great emperor was the pinnacle. Lu Ming wanted to pass on the inheritance of a great emperor to him. Chapter 1835. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Ouyang Moli knew how to repay kindness and had a good character. Lu Ming liked him very much. Well, since you insist on worshipping me as your master, I'll accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. The son of reincarnation was rare in the world. There were only a few of them since ancient times. Lu Ming was also very tempted by such a genius. He pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. However, I'll still pass on the inheritance of that senior to you. You have to respect that senior as your master. Do you understand? Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli was overjoyed and said, I understand. Greetings, master. Well, get up. Lu Ming instructed. Ouyang Moli got up obediently. Before you, I've already accepted 2 nominal disciples and a pro-disciple. You'll be ranked second among the pro-disciples in the future. Do you understand? Lu Ming continued. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli said respectfully. Well, let's talk about you. Your surname is Ouyang. You should be a member of the royal family of the Xinyuan Empire. Why did those people treat you like that? Lu Ming asked. Since he had accepted Ouyang Moli as his disciple, he naturally had to know more about him. Master, although I'm a member of the royal family, I'm just a branch of the royal family, then, Ouyang Moli explained. After countless years of development and reproduction, the Ouyang royal family of the Xinyuan Empire had given birth to countless branches. The population was unimaginably large. Ouyang Moli was a member of one of the branches. However, a few years ago, his parents were killed by the people of the Daluo Heaven sect when they were cultivating outside. Now, he was the only one left in his branch. In the past few years, he relied on his identity as the descendant of the Ouyang family to get a job in the palace. Unfortunately, he couldn't awaken his bloodline. After so many years of hard work, his cultivation was only in the martial soldier realm. Moreover, he was all alone, so naturally, he was often bullied by others. He had always endured, hoping that one day, he would awaken his bloodline and soar into the sky. At the same time, he would be able to avenge his parents. This time, due to his hard work, his superiors rewarded him with a stabilizing pill. He hoped to awaken his bloodline with this stabilizing pill. However, he was besieged by the yellow-robed youth and the others. They wanted to snatch his stabilizing pill. The yellow-robed young man and the others were also from the Ouyang royal family, but since they were able to awaken their bloodline, their cultivation was naturally higher than Ouyang Moli's. Lu Ming nodded his head silently. Such things were happening all the time in the entire Yuan continent. Wasn't he in a similar situation back then? Fortunately, he was discovered by Lu Ming this time. Otherwise, a peerless genius would have been buried. In fact, this world had never lacked peerless geniuses. It was just a matter of whether they could be unearthed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been buried. Some physiques and some geniuses had been outstanding since young and displayed rare talents. Naturally, they wouldn't be buried. They would be discovered by the big shots and focused on nurturing them. However, some physiques and bloodlines were hidden. Without strong assistance, it would be difficult to awaken them. For example, Ouyang Moli had the reincarnation bloodline and was hidden. Moreover, he was from the Ouyang royal family. No one paid attention to him and he was regarded as a good-for-nothing. If he hadn't met Lu Ming and the reincarnation halberd reacted, Lu Ming wouldn't have discovered him. If this continued, this peerless genius would be buried in a few decades. Therefore, some powerful forces would send experts to travel the world to search for geniuses. Back then, wasn't the mid-autumn moon discovered by the experts from the Soul Sanctum? In the future, if I succeed in my cultivation, I must find the Daluo Heaven's sect and avenge my parents. At the end of his speech, Ouyang Moli clenched his fists tightly. Then you should focus on your cultivation. I'll teach you a succession first. Sit tight. Lu Ming said. Ouyang Moli immediately sat down. Then, Lu Ming took out the Reincarnation Emperor's world core and sealed it into Ouyang Moli's mind with his powerful cultivation. Ouyang Moli's body immediately emitted a pitch-black light. A pitch-black vortex spun above his head as if it led to the abyss of hell. Buzz! Not long after, the vortex suddenly shook and split into two vortexes. After a while, another vortex appeared, and there were now 3 vortexes. Every time the vortex split, Ouyang Moli's aura would soar. A few hours later, there were 6 vortexes floating above Ouyang Moli's head. It was a wonderful sight. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Ming muttered as his eyes lit up. This was the real 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. Moli's cultivation has reached the martial king realm. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Ouyang Moli had just integrated with the Reincarnation Emperor's world core and his cultivation had soared to the martial king realm. After another 2 hours, Ouyang Moli opened his eyes. My cultivation, Ouyang Moli felt the boundless power in his body and his eyes were filled with shock. Moli, you have just integrated with the world core and your cultivation has soared. However, don't get lost. During this time, stay in my mountain river diagram and familiarize yourself with your power. Don't increase your cultivation for now. Lu Ming reminded him. It was not a good thing for his cultivation to soar too quickly. He had to stabilize his foundation. Yes, master. Ouyang Moli bowed and accepted the order. Cultivate well. If you have any problems, look for me anytime. Also, this reincarnation halberd is for you. Lu Ming took out the reincarnation halberd and handed it to Ouyang Moli. Ouyang Moli was grateful. As for Lu Ming, he went to the enlightenment ancient tree and meditated on the chaotic calamity finger. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming would go to the array world every once in a while to watch Ouyang Wushuang train the army. The army of 30,000 was divided into 2 groups. One group had 25,000 people who continued to cultivate the Sky Tiger Roaring Array. The other 5,000 people were taken away by Ouyang Wushuang to cultivate the True Dragon Array. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month training period was up. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the Sky Prides of the Purple Flame Villa entered the array world. They stood on a high ground with Ouyang Wushuang while the army of 30,000 people was below them. Let's go. Ouyang Wushuang ordered and the army of 30,000 people set off into the distance. At the same time, the other 2 groups of troops also set off toward the center of the array world. Not long after, the 3 groups of troops met in the center of the array world. The 3 groups of troops formed a triangle and faced each other. No one dared to make a move. To the left of Lu Ming and the others was a group of troops wearing purple armor. At a glance, it was like a purple sea. This was the army led by the first prince, Ouyang Wudao. To the right of them was a group of troops wearing silver armor. This was the army led by Ouyang Wuji. 6th brother, 9th brother, you'd better surrender. This time, the position of crown prince is mine. You can't win against me. Chapter 1836. Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang whispered. Beside him, the genius of Purple Flame Villa looked dignified. The first prince, Ouyang Wudao, was extremely talented and had a profound cultivation. He was domineering and decisive. With the support of the Daluo Heaven sect, he was the most likely candidate to become the crown prince. Brother, it is not the style of the Ouyang family to surrender before a fight. If you want to become the crown prince, let us see if you have the strength to do so. Ouyang Wuji's voice came from the Silver Army. Brother, if you want to become the crown prince and rule the Xinyuan Empire, show us your strength. Ouyang Wushuang also said. Stubborn. Ouyang Wudao's voice was cold. He was burly and wore a purple robe, full of majesty. Ouyang Wuji and Ouyang Wushuang think that they can compete with the first prince because they have the support of the One Sanctum and Purple Flame Villa. What a joke. I will make them regret it later. A cold-looking young man beside Ouyang Wudao said. He was the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect and had great talent. He was famous in the ancient Sun Holy Land. The three parties faced each other and no one took action. The three parties had 30,000 soldiers with cultivation of LV1 martial royal realm. Their strength was similar and no one was confident to fight against the other two parties. The meeting this time was just a test. After a while, the three parties retreated at the same time. Lu Ming and the others retreated to the barracks. In the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang and a few of his confidants, Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of Purple Flame Villa gathered to discuss the countermeasures. I think the plan now is to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. We will stay in the barracks and wait for the first prince and the sixth prince to fight. When they are both injured, we can clean up the mess and win the first round. Xiao Mucheng, the genius of Purple Flame Villa, said. Wait for the other two parties to fight? That's ridiculous. How can they be so stupid to fight with each other before we are defeated? I guess they have the same idea as us. They want to wait for the other two parties to fight and then reap the benefits. If this goes on, it will be a stalemate. Lu Ming said. Xiao Mucheng's face darkened and he said, Oh. In your opinion, what should we do? Take the initiative to attack. Lu Ming said indifferently. Taking the initiative to attack? Laughable, truly laughable. Lu Ming, although your battle prowess is strong and I admire you, your ability to lead troops into battle is somewhat weak. You've said it yourself. The other two parties are waiting for us to fight each other. They want to reap the benefits. If we take the initiative to attack, no matter which party we attack, we'll be helping the third party. You're contradicting yourself. Xiao Mucheng sneered. The Purple Flame Villa's genius also had a mocking expression on his face. That's exactly what I want to do. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, who knows how long it will last. The best way to win the first round is to end it quickly. Lu Ming said. Win the first round? How do I get it? According to your method, I'm afraid we'll be the first to be eliminated. Xiao Mucheng sneered. Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Mucheng casually and then ignored him. He looked at Ouyang Wushuang and said, Ninth Prince, I suggest that we attack the first prince's army first. However, we can't be too obvious. Send scouts to gather information first and then attack in the dark. All right, let's do that. The ninth prince said. This was the countermeasure that he had discussed with Lu Ming earlier. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud now. If word got out, their plan would fall through. Ninth prince, you can't do that. You'll definitely lose. Xiao Mucheng's face changed drastically and he shouted, hoping to stop Ouyang Wushuang. That's right. You can't do that. You'll be digging your own grave. Ninth prince, please reconsider. The other geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another. Everyone, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There's no need to persuade me anymore. Ouyang Wushuang waved his hand. Ninth prince, if you lose the first round, it'll be difficult later on. Ninth prince, you have to think carefully. Xiao Mucheng said with a sullen face. I've made up my mind. Ouyang Wushuang said. If that's the case, I won't say more. It seems that the crown prince position will fall on the first prince and the sixth prince. Xiao Muqing sighed. At present, they were bound to lose. Ouyang Wushuang didn't say much. He immediately sent out scouts to inquire about the news of Ouyang Wudao's army. For a few days, news about Ouyang Wudao kept coming. These days, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army were stationed in the barracks without any unusual movements. In Ouyang Wudao's military tent, they were also discussing the military situation. First Prince, these days, the ninth Prince constantly sent scouts to our area to inquire about our situation. I'm afraid he'll take action. A person reported to Ouyang Wudao. In my opinion, the ninth Prince wants to sneak up on us. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said. Sneak up on us? Huh, that's just right. Ninth Prince, you're too impulsive. Haha. Ouyang Wudao laughed. In the blink of an eye, the three sides were in a deadlock for 7 days. Late at night on the 7th day, Ouyang Wushuang sent a confidant to lead an army of 25,000 quietly to Ouyang Wudao's barracks. In the dead of night, Ouyang Wushuang's army came to a place not far from the first prince's barracks. From afar, it seemed to be very peaceful. Some people were resting and some were patrolling. Charge! The commander was a confidant of Ouyang Wushuang, called Luan Fei. At this time, he waved his hand and the army rushed to the first prince's barracks at full speed. Oh no, enemy attack! The patrolling people saw the army and their faces changed drastically. They shouted. Kill! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush over. The patrolling people were killed and turned into rays of light and disappeared. In the formation world, once you were killed, you would leave here. Before the end of the competition, you could not enter the formation world for the second time. Charge in! Luan Fei shouted and led the army to rush into the first prince's barracks. Terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the tents. If there were people in the tents, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Boom! Boom! The tents were blasted, but there was no one inside. Oh no, we've been tricked. Retreat! Luan Fei's face changed drastically and he shouted. It's too late to find out now. Kill! The first prince appeared in the sky and gave the order. Whoosh! 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 Under the ground, endless sword chi burst out and slashed toward Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, endless attacks came down from the sky and blasted toward the army. Suddenly, screams were heard. Large groups of soldiers were killed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people were killed. Kill! Chapter 1837. Set up the formation, set up the formation. Luan Fei roared, gathering the army to set up the Sky Tiger Roar formation. Stop them! Ouyang Wudao's voice rang out again. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars rang out as Ouyang Wudao's army also set up the formation. In the sky, a huge phoenix spread its wings and flew down, pouncing on Ouyang Wushuang's army. At the same time, the ground rumbled as a huge black tortoise appeared. With a slap of its palm, a large group of people were sent flying. As long as they were killed, they would turn into rays of light and fly into the sky, disappearing from the world. At the same time, roars could be heard from both sides. An azure dragon and a white tiger rushed over. For symbols formation. Luan Fei's face turned pale. The four symbols formation was a terrifying formation. When the army combined, it formed the four symbols of heaven and earth. When gathered together, its power was terrifying. It was much stronger than the Sky Tiger Roar formation. With the appearance of the four symbols, Ouyang Wushuang's army was completely separated. It was difficult for them to gather together. Set up the formation, set up the formation. The heavenly tigers roared endlessly. The separated army laid the heavenly tiger sky roaring formation. Immediately, more than 10 heavenly tigers appeared. However, the army had been split up and everyone was fighting for themselves. The heavenly tiger roaring sky formation was much weaker and was completely suppressed by the 4 divisions formation. The phoenix spread its wings and clawed down, crushing a sky tiger. The soldiers who formed the sky tiger roar formation screamed as many of them were killed, turning into rays of light and disappearing. Even more people were injured. However, the formation was broken and it was even harder to stop. The phoenix opened its mouth and terrifying flames spread out. Large groups of soldiers were turned into ashes in the flames, turning into rays of light and disappearing. On the other side, the azure dragon, black tortoise, and white tiger were in the same situation. They were completely suppressing and harvesting lives. In a moment, dense rays of light rushed into the sky. It was incomparably bright. Damn it! Luan Fei roared and tried his best to attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. They were surrounded and could only be killed. In less than half an hour, the 25,000 soldiers were all killed. Luan Fei was the same. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Ouyang Wudao's army only lost 2,000 men. Reporting to the first prince, Ouyang Wushuang is not in the army. Someone reported to the first prince. How many did you kill? Ouyang Wudao asked. More than 25,000 people. Ha ha ha, good. Even if old Ninth isn't dead, he's crippled. There are only a few thousand people left. In this round, he can only be a spectator. Ouyang Wudao laughed heartily. In the array world, there would definitely be cultivators from the Xinyuan Empire paying attention. In this battle, he had annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and seized the initiative. Next, even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to obtain victory in this stalemate. He was Ouyang Wudao. He wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to obtain the position of crown prince in a crushing manner and intimidate the entire Xinyuan Empire. The army will rest and reorganize before setting off to take down Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. Ouyang Wudao ordered. The experts who were paying attention to this place would definitely give them a rating. The greater the advantage they had, the higher their rating would be. However, he didn't notice that in the distant sky, there were 2 figures paying attention to this place. These 2 people were Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang. The plan is going smoothly. Next, Ouyang Wudao will definitely send his army to occupy our barracks. Let's go back and withdraw. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and the 2 left. Once back in the barracks, Ouyang Wushuang gathered the remaining 5,000 soldiers and left the barracks, heading to a place further away. There was a very well-hidden valley there. If the 5,000 soldiers didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to discover them. In the valley, in a temporary cave, Ouyang Wushuang, Lu Ming, and the others gathered to discuss the military situation. I've said before that the plan won't work. Unfortunately, the 9th prince didn't listen to me. Now, the 25,000 soldiers have been annihilated. This round, we're bound to lose. Xiao Muqing sneered disdainfully. That's right. We have good intentions, but the 9th prince didn't listen. Instead, he used Lu Ming's plan. Now that we've lost, who should be responsible? This round was originally our chance. Everyone's strength is almost the same. If we win, we'll have a chance in the next few rounds. If the first prince wins the first round, he will have the help of the Daluo Heaven Sex geniuses. We'll have almost no chance of winning. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa spoke one after another, mocking and ridiculing Lu Ming. It's not the end yet. Are you so sure that we're going to lose? Lu Ming glanced at them casually and said lightly. Now there are only about 5,000 people left. How can we compete with the other 2 parties? Moreover, we've even lost the barracks. If there's no accident, we'll definitely be the last in this round. Xiao Muqing sneered. Oh. In that case, how about we make a bet? Lu Ming said. Bet? How? What bet? Xiao Muqing's eyes flashed and asked. I bet that we'll definitely win this round. If I lose, I'll become your subordinate and obey your orders. How about that? Lu Ming said. These words caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Lu Ming actually bet on himself. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa had a fiery light in their eyes. Lu Ming's talent was obvious to all. He had mastered the law of chaos and was extremely powerful. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely become a terrible expert. If such a person obeyed them, it would be an irresistible temptation. Okay, we agree. Xiao Muqing agreed directly. Don't agree too quickly. I haven't told you the conditions of losing. If you lose, you'll have to obey me. At least for the next 50 years, you'll have to obey me unconditionally. How about that? Lu Ming said. We won't lose at all. Xiao Muqing said. Nonsense. Since it's a bet, there must be a winner and a loser. Both of us have to take a blood oath. If we lose, we'll have to obey each other's orders. Lu Ming added. The eyes of the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa flickered. In the end, they reached a consensus and nodded at each other. Okay, we agree. Xiao Muqing said. They couldn't think of any way to win this round. Based on the current situation, they were bound to lose. They were no match for Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji. If they could get Lu Ming to serve them, why not? Immediately, Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa made a blood oath and set the bet. Lu Ming sneered. The geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa were very strong. Each of them had a medium heaven spiritual body. They had great potential and wouldn't be weak in the future. Chapter 1838. Alright, let's analyze the situation. After swearing the blood oath, Lu Ming ignored the people from Purple Flame Villa. He waved his hand and a map appeared in the sky. There were 3 light spots in the 3 corners of the map, representing the 3 camps. Their current location was quite a distance away from their own military camp. I believe that Ouyang Wudao will soon send his army to occupy our camp. That way, Ouyang Wudao will have the absolute advantage. Even if this stalemate continues, Ouyang Wudao will still win. However, this is not what Ouyang Wuji wants to see. If he wants to compete with Ouyang Wudao, he must have a certain battle record. Therefore, Ouyang Wuji will not give up on our camp. If he can get a camp, his score will be very high. Lu Ming explained. Everyone listened carefully. But with Ouyang Wudao's tyrannical personality, how would he hand over the fat meat that is already in his mouth? And now, without our threat, in their eyes, we are only struggling at death's door. So, in the end, they will definitely engage in a decisive battle in our camp, and we will be able to reap the benefits. When both sides are injured, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ming explained the entire plan. Previously, the sacrifice of more than 20,000 people was to let the other 2 sides let down their guard. This way, the other 2 sides would be able to fight. All of this is just your speculation. Speculation is perfect, reality is cruel. Xiao Muqing sneered. Is that so? Next, let's just watch the show. 9th Prince, during this period, just send out scouts to observe the situation outside. Lu Ming said. All right. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and sent out scouts to gather information. Sure enough, not long after, Ouyang Wudao led his army and occupied their camp. Old Ninth ran pretty fast. However, there are only a few thousand people left. They are nothing to worry about. They are just struggling at death's door. In the camp, Ouyang Wudao said disdainfully. The news of the battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang soon reached Ouyang Wuji. In Ouyang Wuji's camp, everyone was also discussing. Ouyang Wushuang is really stupid. He actually went to attack Ouyang Wudao and was annihilated in the end. This way, Ouyang Wudao gained the upper hand. Damn it. Ouyang Wuji said unhappily. 6th Prince, what should we do next? Someone asked. Right now, Ouyang Wushuang is only left with a few thousand men. He abandoned the camp and fled. He's just struggling at death's door. The last place will belong to him. There's nothing to worry about. And now, Ouyang Wudao has annihilated Ouyang Wushuang's army of 25,000 and occupied Ouyang Wushuang's camp. If this continues, the first place will be his. Therefore, we cannot give up on Ouyang Wushuang's camp. As long as we take over the barracks, we will be able to compete with Ouyang Wudao in terms of battle merits. Moreover, we have the advantage in numbers. Only then will we have a chance to win against Ouyang Wudao and take first place. Ouyang Wuji said. That's right. I suggest that we immediately send out an army and capture Ouyang Wushuang's barracks in one fell swoop. A sky pride from the only sacred palace nodded. Immediately, Ouyang Wuji mobilized almost all of his army, leaving only a few thousand men to guard the barracks. The rest of the army headed towards Ouyang Wushuang's barracks. Not long after, Ouyang Wuji led his army to a place not far from the barracks. Dong! Dong! The sound of war drums could be heard in the barracks. Then, a purple army walked through the air. The leader was Ouyang Wudao. Sixth brother, I knew that you would come. Ouyang Wudao said. Is that so? It's a pity that you only have a portion of your men in this barracks. As long as I annihilate all of you and take over the barracks, the final victory will belong to me. Ouyang Wuji sneered, his eyes blazing. Is that so? Ouyang Wudao smirked. He waved his hand and the war drums sounded again. Roar! Roar! Behind Ouyang Wuji's army, roars could be heard. A white tiger and a black tortoise appeared in the air. Behind Ouyang Wudao, the army set up a great formation. An azure dragon and a phoenix appeared. The four symbols great formation. You brought everyone here. Ouyang Wuji's face changed. That's right. Let's annihilate all of your men here. Kill. Ouyang Wudao gave the order. Set up the formation. Ouyang Wuji also gave the order. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji's army set up a great formation. A huge praying mantis appeared. This was the praying mantis battle formation. The two front claws of the praying mantis were as sharp as blades. Kill! Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and phoenix pounced on the huge praying mantis. The huge praying mantis waved its front claws as if it could cut through the void. The five giant beasts clashed continuously. Although the four symbols' great formation was powerful, it divided the number of people. On the other hand, Ouyang Wuji had close to 30,000 people. The great formation was very powerful. It was hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. Both sides were trying their best to defeat the other. Ouyang Wushuang was no longer a concern. As long as both sides defeated each other, they would gain the upper hand and take the first place. Both sides fought fiercely. Even in the midst of the battle, there were still people dying, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, in a hidden valley, a 5,000-man army was gathered. They were ready to set off, and the scouts were constantly sending in news. Report, the first prince has taken over our camp. Report, the sixth prince has sent an army to attack our camp. Report, the sixth prince and the first prince have started a fierce battle. As the news came in, the faces of the Purple Flame Villa's sky prides turned uglier. This was because everything was exactly the same as Lu Ming's previous speculation. Even if the first prince and the sixth prince attack each other and both sides are injured, we only have 5,000 people left. We don't have the strength to deal with them. Xiao Muqing said with a sullen face. So what if Lu Ming's prediction was correct? In the end, they still had to rely on their own strength. They only had 5,000 people and it was impossible to deal with the battle. We will know the result soon. What's the hurry? Lu Ming said casually. His expression gave the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming was really confident? Was there something that they didn't know? The battle between Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji was getting more and more intense. Both sides were in a frenzy, constantly killing each other's soldiers. Ouyang Wudao had lost about 2,000 men, while Ouyang Wuji had left a portion of his men in the camp. Chapter 1839. Both sides fought fiercely for half an hour. Ouyang Wuji's side was gradually losing ground. Ouyang Wudao began to suppress them. In the end, both sides' battle formations collapsed and it became a chaotic battle. However, Ouyang Wudao's side had the advantage in terms of numbers. Kill! Suddenly, battle cries came from behind. Thousands of soldiers wearing silver-white battle armor were charging over. They were the thousands of soldiers that Ouyang Wuji had left behind to guard the barracks. He had mobilized all of them. With the addition of thousands of new soldiers, Ouyang Wuji regained his footing and both sides entered another intense battle. On the battlefield, rays of light shot up into the sky. The number of people on both sides decreased. Slowly, the number of people on both sides decreased to 10,000, then 8,000, then 7,000. When the number of people decreased to 5,000, both sides finally stopped the battle and slowly retreated. "Sixth brother, I've won the first round," Ouyang Wudao said. He had won the first round with his battle merits. Ouyang Wuji was somewhat unwilling, but he knew that he could not win against Ouyang Wudao in this round. However, he could at least get second place. Although he only had 5,000 people left, he had killed a large number of Ouyang Wudao's soldiers. His battle merits were far above Ouyang Wushuang's. If he could get second place, he might have a chance to win the next 2 rounds. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar shook the sky. The sound came from behind Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji turned around and his expression changed. He saw a black torrent rushing towards him. Ouyang Wushuang, humph, he wants to take advantage of the situation. "Big brother, why don't we work together and destroy his hopes?" Ouyang Wuji sneered. "Alright, since he wants to join in the fun, let's kill him," Ouyang Wudao said coldly. He and Ouyang Wuji each had 5,000 to 6,000 people. Together, they had more than 10,000 people. They could easily annihilate Ouyang Wuji's army. Dong! Dong! Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's army charged towards Ouyang Wushuang from 2 different directions. The 3 different colored torrents were about to collide. Set up the formation. In the army, Ouyang Wushuang gave the order. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. A gigantic true dragon condensed in the middle of Ouyang Wushuang's army. This true dragon was blood-red and filled with cold killing intent. The true dragon charged towards Ouyang Wuji's army. "You want to attack me? As long as I hold you back, I'll join forces with Ouyang Wudao to attack you. You'll die in an instant," Ouyang Wuji sneered. His army also formed a battle formation and a praying mantis appeared. The blood-red dragon collided with the mantis. But the result made Ouyang Wuji pale with fright. This was because the result of the collision was the collapse of the mantis formation on his side. Many people were killed by the terrifying power, turning into light and disappearing. How could this be? Ouyang Wuji roared in disbelief. How could the opponent's battle formation be so powerful? The true dragon battle array is powerful to begin with, and the enemy has just gone through a fierce battle. His Jinyuan is exhausted, and his battle strength is less than half of his peak. How can he fight against the true dragon battle array? In the army, Lu Ming sneered. If the enemy was at their peak and had the same number of people, no matter how powerful the true dragon battle array was, it would not be able to crush them. But now, the enemy was exhausted and could completely crush them. Dragon roars echoed as the blood-red dragon claw slashed out. Ouyang Wuji's army was killed in large numbers, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Ouyang Wudao's army also charged over. Roar! The blood-red dragon changed direction and charged towards Ouyang Wudao's army. Ouyang Wudao's army was also exhausted. Like Ouyang Wuji, after being attacked by the blood-red dragon, their battle formation also collapsed. "Not good, retreat!" Ouyang Wudao roared. "Kill!" Ouyang Wushuang would not let go of this opportunity. He led his army to form a large formation and charged into Ouyang Wudao's army. Every time the massive true dragon attacked, a large number of soldiers would be killed. Ouyang Wuji, come and help. Ouyang Wudao roared. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji could not care less about Ouyang Wudao. He gathered the remnants of his army and retreated. Damn it! We fell into a trap. Ouyang Wudao roared. At this moment, how could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? Ouyang Wushuang actually had such a powerful battle formation, but his army did not cultivate it. Instead, they cultivated the heavenly tiger roaring sky formation. It was a trap from the beginning. The goal was to make him and Ouyang Wuji fight each other. What a terrifying plan. But at this moment, he was powerless to reverse the situation. The situation was similar to the last time he led his army to slaughter Ouyang Wushuang's army. Unfortunately, this time, he was the one being slaughtered. Ouyang Wushuang, I will wait for you in the next 2 rounds. The position of Crown Prince is mine. Ouyang Wudao roared. His body exploded under the blood-red dragon claw, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Following Ouyang Wudao's death, Ouyang Wudao's army was also completely annihilated. Go and kill Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wushuang roared and his army chased after Ouyang Wuji's army. Ouyang Wuji led his army to escape. Unfortunately, they were exhausted and could not escape. Lu Ming caught up with them and annihilated them. In the end, Ouyang Wushuang's army was only left with 3,000 people. But in the end, they won and annihilated the other 2 forces. Without a doubt, the winner of this competition was Ouyang Wushuang. How could this be? The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa were pale. Although Ouyang Wushuang had won, their hearts had sunk to the bottom. Because they had lost the bet, they would have to listen to Lu Ming's orders for the next 50 years. They had sworn a blood oath. If they did not obey, they would be surrounded by their inner demons. It would be difficult for their cultivation to progress and they might even go berserk. You have lost. Do you know what to do now? Lu Ming looked at the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa. The sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had ugly expressions. But in the end, they did not dare to go against their oath. They lowered their arrogant heads and bowed to Lu Ming. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. It turned out that Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang had secretly trained another group of troops using other battle formations. No wonder Ouyang Wushuang had always obeyed Lu Ming. They had clearly dug a hole for them to jump into, but they had jumped into it. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I will endure it for now. After 50 years, I will kill Lu Ming to vent my anger. Shao Muqing comforted himself. The other sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa had similar thoughts. After that, they left the array world. Indeed, not long after, the upper echelons of the Xinyuan Empire announced the results of this test. Chapter 1840. Ouyang Wushuang had wiped out the other 2 parties, so he was undoubtedly the first. Ouyang Wudao was ranked second because he had killed more than 20,000 people of Ouyang Wushuang and fought with Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji was naturally the last. After the announcement of the ranking, it was announced that the second round would be held in 3 days. Bang! In Ouyang Wudao's mansion, he slammed his palm heavily and a stone table was reduced to ashes. This time, he only got the second place. His original goal was to be the first in all 3 rounds and win the position of Crown Prince with a crushing advantage. Don't worry, the first prince. The second and third rounds depend on battle strength. We will help the first prince win 2 rounds in a row. The position of Crown Prince belongs to the first prince. A genius from the Daluo Heaven sect said with a confident look. In the first round, they were not very good at leading the army, and they could not use their advantage in battle strength. But in the next 2 rounds, they would definitely get the first place. In the next 2 rounds, I will make Ouyang Wushuang pay the price. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were cold. At the same time, in Ouyang Wuji's mansion, there was an angry roar of Ouyang Wuji. Yang Wushuang, I will make you pay the price. Yang Wuji roared. In the first round, he got the third place. The situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Unless he got the first place in the next 2 rounds, he would have no hope. Sixth Prince, don't worry. The One Sanctum will help the Sixth Prince to get the first place. Yu Ji, the genius from the One Sanctum, said. But Yang Wuji's face was gloomy and he did not speak. It was not easy to get the first place. The first prince had the help of the Daluo Heaven sect. But in Yang Wushuang's mansion, there was a celebration. Yang Wushuang got the first place in the first round and occupied a favorable position. In the next 2 rounds, as long as he got the first place, the position of crown prince would belong to Yang Wushuang. And the people in Yang Wushuang's mansion would also have a meteoric rise, so they were naturally happy. And Lu Ming directly entered the mountain river diagram after he came back. Buzz. Buzz. In the void of the mountain river diagram, a figure was flying. 6 vortexes were suspended in the void, bursting out terrible power, as if they could make everything escape into reincarnation. After a while, the 6 vortexes disappeared and a figure emerged. Master. Yang Moli appeared in front of Lu Ming and bowed. Your cultivation has reached the peak of Martial King. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. During this period of time, not only had Yang Moli consolidated his cultivation had also increased to the peak of the Martial King realm. This speed was simply astonishing. It was even faster than Lu Xiang back then. Of course, this was because Yang Moli had obtained the world core of the Reincarnation Emperor. That was why his cultivation speed was so terrifying. Towards the end, his cultivation speed would gradually decrease, but it would definitely not slow down. Naturally, this was also due to Yang Moli's hard work. In the past, he was labeled as trash and was bullied by others for many years. Now that he had awakened his bloodline, he naturally put in more effort in his cultivation. Alright, your cultivation has stabilized. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming said. With a thought, he brought Yang Moli out of the mountain and river diagram, but secretly left a mark in Yang Moli's body. Thank you, Master. Yang Moli bowed and left. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Now, he was going to take revenge on those who had bullied him back then. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Yang Moli was going to find trouble with those who had bullied him back then, so he let Yang Moli go on purpose. A martial artist was particular about having a clear mind. Since he had been bullied, he naturally had to take revenge. Otherwise, if his mind was not clear, it would leave a knot in his heart. How could he cultivate in the future? Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room and cultivated quietly. In the evening, Yang Moli came back. He had some minor injuries on his body, but his eyes were extremely bright, as if he was elated. Is it done? Lu Ming asked. It's done. But I only taught them a lesson, I didn't kill them. Yang Moli said. They don't deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. You should cultivate in the mountain and river diagram first. After some time, when this matter is over, I'll send you to a place. Lu Ming nodded and put Yang Moli back into the mountain and river diagram. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the second round of assessment. On this day, Yang Wushuang brought Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the geniuses of the Purple Flame Villa to a square. Not long after they arrived, a group of people walked in the air. The leader was a burly man with a domineering gaze. It was the first prince, Yang Wudao. Beside him, there were more than a dozen geniuses. Each of them had a strong aura, and their chi and blood were boiling. Apparently, they were all powerful geniuses. Most of them were geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect. Ninth brother, you're early. But for the next 2 rounds, the first place is mine. Yang Wudao said confidently and domineeringly. Eldest brother, let's see who wins and who loses. Yang Wushuang said lightly. Huh, ninth prince, with these people from the Purple Flame Villa? Where does your confidence come from? Beside the first prince, a young man in a white robe said with slight disdain. By Mu. Xiao Mucheng and the others from the Purple Flame Villa looked pale. But when they looked at the young man in a white robe, fear flashed in their eyes. At this time, another group of people walked in the air. It was Ouyang Wuji, the Soul Sanctum, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow. Ouyang Wuji looked gloomy. He glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and said nothing. Mid-Autumn Moon. Lu Ming saw Mid-Autumn Moon in the crowd. Mid-Autumn Moon seemed to have regained her composure. She glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. What happened to Mid-Autumn Moon? Did she really lose her memory? Lu Ming could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He planned to go to the Soul Sanctum after Ouyang Wushuang's matter was settled. He wanted to know what had happened to Mid-Autumn Moon. At this time, a few elders walked in the air and stood in the air. Greetings, clan elders. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wuji, and Ouyang Wushuang quickly bowed. The others also bowed. The clan elders of the Divine Origin Empire were definitely martial emperors. One of the elders waved his hand and a huge warship appeared in the air. It was huge and covered a large area. Get on the warship. The second round of the assessment is not in the Ancient Sun's sacred ground. One of the elders said. Not in the Ancient Sun's sacred ground? Many people were surprised. If the second round of the assessment was not in the Ancient Sun's sacred ground, where would it be? Without much thought, everyone stepped onto the warship. Then, the warship broke through the air and flew away. The warship was controlled by a martial emperor and its speed was amazing. Soon, it was out of the Ancient Sun's sacred ground and headed north. Are we going to the land of infinite demons? Chapter 1841. The Ancient Moon's sacred ground and the Ancient Sun's sacred ground were located at the edge of the Yuan Mountain of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. The Ancient Moon's sacred ground was close to the south, and the southernmost part was the endless ocean. The Ancient Sun's sacred ground was close to the north, and it was one of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm, the land of all devils. The land of all devils was a sacred ground for demon cultivation. It was filled with countless demon cultivators, and even the ancient demon clan. Its overall strength was stronger than the Yuan mountain. After flying for half a day, a faint demon chi began to appear between heaven and earth. They had arrived at the border between the Yuan mountain and the land of all devils. At this moment, the warship stopped. Many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not entering the land of all devils. There were countless demon cultivators in the land of all devils, and even the ancient demon clan, who were overbearing. If they entered, they would be in danger. If they encountered the ancient demon clan, they would be hunted down directly. There is a sect in front, called the Blood Soul Sect. This sect's cultivation method is cruel. They secretly cultivate with the blood and soul of ordinary people. Many ordinary people have died in their hands. However, this sect isn't very strong. The strongest ones are absolute saints in the Great Achievement realm, and there are some absolute saints in the Small Achievement realm. Some of our monarch experts secretly infiltrated this sect and left a mark on 12 of them. Your mission is to get those marks, no matter what method you use. An old man explained. After that, he waved his hand, and crystal balls appeared in the air. These crystal balls then flew to everyone, one for each person. Take this crystal ball. As long as you are within 1,000 meters, you will be able to sense the existence of the imprint. Furthermore, as long as you kill the person with the imprint, the crystal ball will automatically absorb the imprint. Remember, only the person who kills can obtain the imprint. It belongs to whoever kills. In the end, the side that obtains the most imprints will be the winner. The old man continued to explain. There are 12 marks in total. Everyone was shocked. There were 12 marks in total, so each mark was very precious and could determine the outcome. Now, you can go, no matter what method you use. The old man ordered again. The strongest is the Great Saint realm. Then, let's kill our way in. Let's go. Ouyang Wudao's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. He was the first to fly into the mountain gate of the Blood Soul sect, followed by the Daluo Heaven sect. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao and the others rushed over. Naturally, they were discovered. Immediately, someone shouted. Kill the people who killed you. Ouyang Wudao roared and threw out a punch. The people in front of him were killed instantly. Ouyang Wudao and the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed into the Blood Soul sect like a sharp knife. They charged straight in. Ouyang Wushuang frowned. At first, they wanted to sneak in secretly, use the crystal ball to sense the imprint, and then secretly seize the imprint. However, with Ouyang Wudao's interference, it was impossible to sneak in secretly. We'll kill our way in from the other side, Lu Ming said. Then, they rushed to the right, from the other side of the Blood Soul sect. Ouyang Wuji led his men and rushed over from the left. Now, he had no idea who the imprint was on, so he could only try his luck. The Blood Soul Mountain had more than a dozen mountains. It covered a vast area and had tens of thousands of disciples. However, at that moment, the entire Blood Soul sect was in an uproar. Someone was attacking the Blood Soul sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the dozens of mountains of the Blood Soul sect, silhouettes soared into the sky and flew in all directions. There are enemies here. Someone discovered Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, a large number of silhouettes rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks were launched toward Lu Ming and the others. However, there were no absolute saints among them. The strongest were supreme saints. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Lu Ming and the others rushed through, and a large number of corpses fell to the ground. In an instant, they had killed hundreds of people. They did not stop and rushed into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. At that moment, they found that their crystal balls were flashing. There's an imprint within 1,000 meters. Everyone was delighted. Over there. Someone pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a group of people. Among them, a burly man had an imprint on his body. This kind of imprint would only appear when it was connected to the crystal ball. Normally, it could not be seen. Kill them! The burly man roared. The group of people rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of them were supreme saints. The burly man was even a perfected supreme saint. Light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. More than 100 saint weapons flew out, turning into bright lights that attacked the burly man. Puff! Puff! No one was a match for him. Wherever the saint weapons passed, the experts of the Blood Soul sect were killed. How can he be so strong? Retreat! The burly man turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind him. He slashed with the holy weapon in his hand and the burly man spat out a mouthful of blood. Ninth Prince, I'll leave this person to you, Lu Ming said. Although it was the same no matter who got the imprint, it would undoubtedly be more important if Ouyang Wushuang got it. In the eyes of the elders of the Xinyuan Empire, Ouyang Wushuang would have a better impression. Therefore, those who could be killed by Ouyang Wushuang should be killed by him. Boom! Ouyang Wushuang stepped forward and sent out a palm strike. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The terrifying palm force broke through all of the burly man's attacks and defenses. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before his body was torn apart. Ouyang Wushuang's talent was absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a silver successor of the Henyuan sect. As soon as the burly man died, an imprint flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushuang's crystal ball. The first imprint was a good start. Then, the group continued to rush into the depths of the Blood Soul sect. The Blood Soul sect was in chaos. There were shouts of killing everywhere. When Lu Ming and the others rushed over a mountain, the crystal ball reacted again. Another imprint appeared. It's that old man, someone shouted. They saw a thin old man with an imprint on his body. When the old man saw the group, his face changed drastically. He rushed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. He wants to escape through the ground. Someone's face changed. Leave it to me. Lu Ming also rushed into the ground. The law of primal chaos transformed into the law of earth. The ground was like water. Lu Ming rushed in and disappeared. Not long after, Lu Ming rushed out of the ground again. There was an additional imprint in the crystal ball in his hand. Then, the group continued to set off. Chapter 1842. Not long after, they found another young man with a mark on him. This young man didn't fight at all when he saw Lu Ming and the others. He turned around and ran. This person's movement technique was very special. He turned into bloody shadows and flew in all directions. It was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. Kill! Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa yelled. Their terrifying attacks covered the front, and the bloody shadows that the young man cast were all scattered. The young man was shocked and ran like crazy. However, his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. He was about to be killed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bloody handprint fell from the sky and slammed toward them. Leave it to me, absolute saint. A prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm soared into the sky. Flames spread out, and his hand seemed to be holding a huge meteorite as he slammed it toward the bloody handprint. With a loud boom, the meteorite and the bloody handprint collided and disappeared. An elder in a blood-red robe appeared in the sky. He looked at the prodigy of the Purple Flame Villa with a serious expression. A prodigy of the Supreme Saint realm at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm was actually able to fight against him. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect? The elder in the blood-red robe asked. You've done all kinds of evil and should be punished. Today is the day you die. The other prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa stepped forward and surrounded the Absolute Saint. Shocking flames spread out from their bodies as they attacked the Absolute Saint. The Absolute Saint was completely at a disadvantage and was in danger. These prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa all had mid-level spiritual bodies. Once they reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, they would have no problem fighting against an ordinary Absolute Saint in the initial stage. Moreover, they were working together. Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others charged toward the young man. Without any suspense, the young man was killed by Ouyang Wushuang, and they obtained 3 marks. As for the Absolute Saint, he was also killed by a few prodigies from the Purple Flame Villa. Then, they continued to search. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out. They went over a few mountains and killed a few Absolute Saints along the way, but they still didn't find the 4th mark. Brother Lu Ming, there's someone there. Chirp chirp. At this moment, Bubbles pointed at a small hill and said softly. Lu Ming looked over. That small hill looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it and he could not sense any signs of life from it. However, Bubble controlled the laws of space and time and could cross space to sense someone. There should be no mistake. Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force blasted toward the small hill. The small hill exploded directly. Smoke and dust filled the air. An old man could be seen flying into the distance in a panic. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of them. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. The people in front were Ouyang Wuji and the geniuses he had brought with him. He has a mark on him. Kill him. Ouyang Wuji also noticed the mark on the old man's body. He roared and charged toward the old man. The old man's eyes were filled with despair. Oh no. Ouyang Wuji wants to snatch it from us. One of the Purple Flame Villa's geniuses looked terrible. Bubbles, stop them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Leave it to me. Bubbles flew out. She waved her hand and ripples appeared in the air. Ouyang Wuji and the others were flying, but they suddenly stopped as if they had hit a wall. Damn it. Spatial laws. Break it. Ouyang Wuji roared and unleashed a terrifying attack towards the space in front of him. But the space also contained the laws of time. Their attacks could only make the space tremble. They couldn't break it for a while. Lu Ming, the ninth prince, and the others charged toward the old man. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming pointed with his finger. A terrifying finger formed and crushed toward the old man. The old man's body emitted a black aura that formed an evil ghost. It pounced toward the chaotic calamity finger, but the evil ghost collapsed. The old man's body shook and he was forced to retreat. Chaotic heaven and earth. Ouyang Wushwang attacked with his palms. Everything became chaotic. A terrifying palm energy blasted toward the old man. They didn't show any mercy. From top to bottom, the Blood Souls sect had cultivated with the blood souls of ordinary people. It was unknown just how many people had died at their hands. Ouyang Wushwang's palm energy almost tore the old man's body apart. He vomited blood and was severely injured. What powerful battle strength. He has a high-class spiritual body and one of the laws of King, the chaotic laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Ouyang Wushwang's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, but his battle strength was shocking. His spiritual body was a high-class spiritual body and he could control the laws of King. No wonder he could become a silver inheritor of the Hunyuan sect. Damn it, hurry up and attack. On the other side, Ouyang Wushwang roared. If the old man was killed by Ouyang Wushwang or Lu Ming, they wouldn't have a share. Ice seal. A delicate shout rang out. A terrifying chill filled the air as if it was going to freeze everything. It was the autumn moon. At this moment, the autumn moon seemed to have turned into an ice goddess. She was wearing a white dress. In her hand was a curved blade that emitted a terrifying chill. When the curved blade slashed out, even the space was frozen, turning into ice crystals that were about to shatter. Brother Lu Ming, you guys can do it. I can't hold on any longer. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. It was too difficult for her to block so many experts alone. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming blasted out another finger. This time, Lu Ming used almost all his strength. The old man tried his best to resist, but the finger energy still crushed him. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his bones cracked. It was unknown how many bones were broken. Then, the attacks of Ouyang Wushwang, Long Chen, and the others arrived. Facing the attacks of so many geniuses, the old man couldn't resist at all. He screamed and turned into ashes under the various attacks. A mark flew out and flew into Ouyang Wushwang's crystal ball. The fourth mark. Bubbles, back off. Lu Ming transmitted to Bubbles. Then, Bubbles' figure flashed and flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder. Ouyang Wushwang, you're courting death. Ouyang Wuji roared, his eyes red. There were only 12 marks in total, and each one was very precious. Now that he saw Ouyang Wushwang get one, he was angry. Let's go. Chapter 1843. This round was mainly about finding and obtaining the seals. Since Ouyang Wuji had already obtained the seals, he wouldn't be able to get them even if he killed him. Hence, there was no need to fight Ouyang Wuji head-on. Ouyang Wushwang and Lu Ming, Ouyang Wuji's face was extremely cold. The little girl was following Lu Ming and blocked them with the law of space. Otherwise, Ouyang Wushwang wouldn't have been able to obtain the seals. I saw that Ouyang Wushwang already has 3 seals. Lu Ming also has 1. Yuji walked to Ouyang Wuji's side and said. This made Ouyang Wuji's face turn even uglier. Ouyang Wushwang and the others had already obtained 4 seals. 12 seals occupied 1/3 of the total, while they only had 2 seals. If they had obtained the first seal, they might have been able to fight for it. But now, it was difficult. If he lost this round, he would have no chance of becoming the crown prince. I wonder how many seals Ouyang Wudao has obtained? Someone asked. Let's continue to search. Let's go. Ouyang Wuji suppressed his anger and led the group in another direction. Not long after, they encountered a person with a seal. His cultivation was at the lesser absolute saint realm, but he was soon severely injured and half dead under their joint attack. Don't kill him yet. Destroy his cultivation. Ouyang Wuji said. Then, he destroyed his opponent's cultivation. Why not kill him? Someone asked. Let's keep him first. We'll decide later based on the situation. Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he kept the person in his grotto heaven treasure. Although grotto heaven treasures were precious, they naturally didn't lack them since they came from powerful forces. After keeping it, they continued to search. Lu Ming and the others were also searching. However, after obtaining the fourth seal, they didn't find anyone with a seal. There were 12 seals in total. As time passed, there would be fewer and fewer seals. It would be harder to find one. Could it be that there are no more seals? Someone said. No. If all 12 seals have been obtained, the elders will definitely remind us. They won't let us keep searching like this. Ouyang Wushuang said. Then, the group continued to search. At this moment, the Blood Soul sect was in complete chaos. Many experts had been killed. Some of the weaker ones were running or hiding. This made Lu Ming sigh. If the Blood Soul sect was placed in the Tsang province, it would be stronger than any of the 13 top forces in the Tsang province. The Blood Soul sect had at least a dozen absolute saints. Such a powerful force had been destroyed because of a test from the Xinyuan Empire. The world of martial arts was like this. The strong lived and the weak died. The strong could decide the life and death of the weak with a single word. Therefore, countless people cultivated with all their might and went to dangerous places to take risks, doing everything they could to increase their strength. Only with great power could one control their own fate, and even the fate of others. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, intense rumbling came from the front. Terrifying rays of light shot into the sky, incomparably intense. Someone was fighting a great battle. Let's go take a look. Ouyang Wushuang transmitted his voice to everyone. Then, everyone retracted their auras and moved forward. They climbed up a large mountain and used huge rocks to hide their bodies as they looked forward. Up ahead, a group of people were besieging a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's cultivation was terrifying. He had reached the great accomplishment of the Supreme Saint realm. This was the first great perfection absolute saint they had met in the Blood Soul sect. The people besieging the middle-aged man were the Crown Prince, Ouyang Wudao, and the geniuses helping him. There were more than a dozen geniuses surrounding the middle-aged man. Among them, Ouyang Wudao and a white-robed youth were the strongest. The two of them were the main attackers, while the others supported them. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth both have superior heaven spiritual bodies. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Ouyang Wudao and the white-robed youth, Bai Mu, both had superior heaven spiritual bodies. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Although the laws they controlled weren't King Dao laws, they were still extremely powerful. The two of them worked together to fight the middle-aged man. With the help of the other geniuses, the middle-aged man was no match for them. He was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. There's a mark on that person's body. Lu Ming's and the others' eyes lit up. What should we do? Ouyang Wudao and the people he brought are too strong. Someone asked. Ouyang Wudao and Bai Mu had amazing battle strength. Among them, except for Ouyang Wushuang, no one was a match for them. Although Lu Ming was strong, in the eyes of others, he was no match for either of them. There were other geniuses from the Daluo Heaven sect. Almost all of them had middle-class heaven spiritual bodies, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. This force was too strong. They were no match for it. But they were unwilling to give up just like that. They now had 4 marks. If they could get one more, they would have 5 marks. Then, they would have a greater chance of winning the first place. If they won the first place in this round, there would be no need to compete in the third round. Ouyang Wushuang would directly become the crown prince. Therefore, this mark was very important. Who the hell are you? Why are you attacking the Blood Soul sect? The middle-aged man roared. At this time, he was injured. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. He was shocked and angry. He didn't understand where these people came from. These people were young, but their cultivation was amazing. Almost all of them were at the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, and the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. Moreover, their battle strength was amazing. Where did they come from? When did they offend such a group of people? Who are we? You are not qualified to know. Kill. Ouyang Wudao was extremely overbearing. His battle strength was extremely terrible. His violent attacks were like a storm. The other people's attacks were also directed at the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to resist, there were still attacks falling on him. His body almost exploded, and he spat out blood. Oh no, he is going to be killed. The geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa changed their faces. Stay here and don't move. Leave this man to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ouyang Wushuang and others. Then, his body sank into the ground, and his aura was completely restrained. He quietly went to the battlefield. After a while, Lu Ming appeared below the battlefield. At this moment, the middle-aged man's injury was more serious. He could be killed at any time. Bubble, do it. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Buzz. Bubble operated the spacetime law. Lu Ming's body distorted like a wave and disappeared like a phantom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the middle-aged man. Who is it? Ouyang Wudao shouted when he saw Lu Ming suddenly appear. Whoosh. Chapter 1844. It was an absolute saint weapon. When it exploded, the terrifying power engulfed the middle-aged man. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his finger. This time, Lu Ming used all of his strength. The middle-aged man was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now that he was suddenly attacked by the explosion of a saint weapon and the full-powered attack of the Chaotic Tribulation Finger, he was unable to resist at all. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. After Lu Ming attacked with the Chaotic Calamity Finger, Bubble immediately used the spacetime law. Lu Ming's body became illusory again. Damn it, kill! Ouyang Wudao roared, his eyes emitting cold killing intent. A terrifying attack crushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch his mark. He was courting death. But when the attack landed, Lu Ming's body dissipated like a phantom. In the next moment, he was outside the battlefield. And there was another mark in his crystal ball. Everything just happened too quickly. Lu Ming asked Bubble to help and suddenly appeared on the battlefield. With lightning speed, he exploded an absolute saint weapon and attacked with the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Then, with Bubble's help, he retreated. All of this happened in an instant. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already killed the middle-aged burly man and obtained the mark. Kid, you're courting death. Ouyang Wudao roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and steal his mark. He was courting death. The others followed Ouyang Wudao and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the spatial fluctuation, Lu Ming's body appeared in the distance again, near Ouyang Wushuang and the others. I got the mark. Let's go. Lu Ming said. Everyone rose into the air and flew into the distance. Ouyang Wushuang, get back here. Ouyang Wudao shouted in a commanding tone. It was as if he told Ouyang Wushuang to get back here, he would get back here. Ridiculous. Ouyang Wushuang's voice was filled with disdain as he flew forward at full speed. All 12 seals have appeared. The test is over. Come out now. At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. It was the voice of an elder from the Xinyuan Empire. All 12 seals have appeared. Damn it! Ouyang Wudao stopped and roared. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. He only had 4 imprints on his hand, which was exactly 1/3 of the total. This number was still very dangerous. If either Ouyang Wushuang or Ouyang Wuji had 5 marks, he would have lost. If each person had 4 seals, it would only be a draw. What he wanted was not a tie, but first place. This made him hate Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang even more. If he had gotten that mark just now, he would have had 5 marks and would have taken the initiative. Now, he could only hope for 12 marks, 4 for each person. Only then would he have a chance. It's over. Let's go out. Ouyang Wushuang and the others flew outside. Huh, we have 5 seals. Our chances of winning are very high. A sky pride from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. 5 seals. Their chances of winning were indeed high. As long as Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals, Ouyang Wudao would only have 4 and they would win. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. They quickly flew outside. Ouyang Wudao brought his men and flew outside with a gloomy face. However, they met Ouyang Wuji and the Sky Prides from the One Sanctum on the way. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji's face was ugly. He knew that he had lost and had no chance of winning the position of Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji, how many seals did you get? Ouyang Wudao looked at Ouyang Wuji nervously. He hoped that Ouyang Wuji had also gotten 4 seals. This round would be a draw. 3. Ouyang Wuji said, which made Ouyang Wudao's face turn pale. Ouyang Wuji had 3 seals. That meant that Ouyang Wushuang had 5 seals and 1 first place. Ouyang Wushuang had won 2 rounds in a row. There was no need for the next round. The position of Crown Prince would belong to Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Ouyang Wudao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If he had not taken action and snatched the last mark, he would have been the winner. At this moment, he hated Lu Ming to the core. Ouyang Wudao, why don't we team up? Ouyang Wuji said with a sharp light in his eyes. It would not be easy for Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of Crown Prince. Team up? What's the use of that? Ouyang Wushuang has won 2 rounds in a row. He has won. Ouyang Wudao said unwillingly. Not necessarily. Ouyang Wuji smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and an old man appeared. There is a seal on this man, but I did not kill him. I will leave him to you now. Ouyang Wuji said. Ouyang Wudao's eyes lit up and emitted a bright light. He never thought that Ouyang Wuji would leave one person alive. What do you want from me? Ouyang Wudao asked. Nothing. I just don't want Ouyang Wushuang to win the position of Crown Prince. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Since he had no hope, Ouyang Wushuang would not get it either. Swoosh. Ouyang Wudao stepped forwards and punched the old man, killing him instantly. In a flash, he had 5 imprints on his side. Great, ha! Ouyang Wudao was overjoyed. In this way, he and Ouyang Wushuang would be tied in this round. Then, they would have to fight in the 3rd round. If he won first place in the 3rd round and Ouyang Wushuang was last, the position of Crown Prince would be his. Then, we will let Ouyang Wushuang be last in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Ha, 6th brother, I will not forget you when I take over the Xinyuan Empire. Ouyang Wudao laughed. Then, the group flew out. When they came out of the Blood Soul sect, they found that Ouyang Wushuang and the rest had arrived. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji glanced at Ouyang Wushuang and Lu Ming, exuding a cold murderous intent. All right, everyone is here. Take out your crystal balls and see what you have gained. An elder said. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and took out their crystal balls. Ouyang Wushuang had 3 seals and Lu Ming had 2. A total of 5 seals. 5 seals, not bad. The elder nodded and looked at Ouyang Wudao and the rest. Ouyang Wudao and the rest took out their crystal balls. 5 seals too. Ouyang Wushuang and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Ouyang Wudao to have 5 seals. Ouyang Wuji had 2. Damn it, why is Ouyang Wuji so useless? He only got 2. Someone in the Purple Flame Villa muttered. Chapter 1845. What did you say? Ouyang Wuji heard that and looked at the Purple Flame Villa's Sky Pride coldly. However, how could the Purple Flame Villa's Sky Pride be afraid of him? He sneered at Ouyang Wuji. Ouyang Wuji's face turned even uglier. You guys can be smug. I'll make sure you die miserably in the 3rd round. Ouyang Wuji cursed in his heart. Alright, Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wushuang tied in this round. You guys can go back and rest. The 3rd round will begin in 7 days. An elder announced. Then, they took out a warship and boarded it. Half a day later, they returned to Xinyuan Empire. After returning to Ouyang Wushuang's residence, Ouyang Wushuang set up a banquet as a reward. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone went back to their own homes. Lu Ming went back to his room and entered the mountain river diagram. My cultivation base is about to break through. Lu Ming smiled. He had broken through to the Great Sage realm for quite some time. Now, his cultivation base was about to break through again. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a large number of origin stones and placed them on the side. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. A powerful suction force came from his body. The origin stones exploded and turned into billowing origin chi that rushed into Lu Ming's body. Half a day later, Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down. Great Sage Greater Mastery. Lu Ming smiled. His cultivation base had broken through to the Great Sage Greater Mastery, and his combat strength had increased by another level. He was more confident about the 3rd round. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd round of the assessment had arrived. This time, they gathered in a spacious area outside Xinyuan Imperial Capital. There was a mountain in front of them. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and towered into the clouds. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. Ouyang Wudao, Ouyang Wushuang, Ouyang Wuji, and the others stopped 1,000 miles away from the mountain. The 3rd round of the assessment is very simple. It's to seize the military flag. Whoever can seize the military flag will be the champion. In this process, you can use any means. An elder announced. Everyone's eyes flickered. Any means could be used. In other words, killing was not prohibited in this round. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as they swept their gaze over Lu Ming, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others. However, on the way from here to the top of the mountain, many formations have been set up. It won't be a smooth journey. Alright, now, each of you will stand in 3 positions. The elder announced. Immediately, figures flashed, and the 3 groups of people stood in 3 different positions. Miss Autumn Moon, I'll leave Lu Ming to you later. It's best if you can kill him. At this moment, Ouyang Wuji sent a message to Autumn Moon. I'm here to help you seize the Crown Prince position, not to help you kill people. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming has repeatedly opposed us. Otherwise, this prince would not have ended up like this. Since you are here to help me, why don't you listen to me this time? That Lu Ming must die. Ouyang Wuji said coldly. Autumn Moon's brows furrowed. Junior sister Chuyue, the 6th prince is right. Lu Ming doesn't respect the one only sanctuary at all. Not only did he injure a few of our junior brothers, but he also completely disrupted the one only sanctuary's plan. If we let him off, we won't be able to answer to the elders when we return. Yuji said. That's right, junior sister Autumn Moon. Among us, you're the strongest. You can kill that Lu Ming. The others from the One Sanctum also spoke. Alright, leave that Lu Ming to me. Autumn Moon pondered for a moment and nodded. Ouyang Wuji and the others were ecstatic. Let's begin. At this moment, the elder's voice sounded. Let's go. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the elder's voice fell, the three groups of people rushed out at the same time. With their cultivation, 1,000 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. But just as they rushed out, dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. Rays of sword light formed and slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Every ray of sword light was extremely terrifying. It had the power of a supreme saint, and there were a lot of them. There were hundreds of them when they appeared. Lu Ming and the rest had no choice but to slow down. They launched a series of attacks to destroy the sword gleams. But in the void, there were endless inscriptions. There were all kinds of rattans, flames, and lightning attacks that blasted toward them. This greatly slowed their speed. They joined forces to break through the attacks and flew forward. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji were also attacked by the array, and their speed was greatly reduced. However, it could only slow them down. The power of the array was not enough to pose a threat to them. The three groups of people were like three owls, flying toward the mountain at an extremely fast speed. Among them, Ouyang Wudao's group was the fastest. Ouyang Wudao had the help of the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect, and his overall strength was indeed stronger. Stop them. Suddenly, Ouyang Wuji and the others changed their direction and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. All kinds of terrible attacks poured toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others fought back and defeated the attacks one by one. But in this way, their footsteps were blocked, and Ouyang Wudao's group was constantly approaching the mountain. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji have joined forces. Lu Ming's voice came out. Obviously, Ouyang Wuji had come to delay Lu Ming and the others so that Ouyang Wudao could get the first place. Ouyang, let's rush out. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang. Go. Ouyang Wushuang shouted and struck out dozens of palms. The terrible palm power broke through the attacks, rushed out of the encirclement, and rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming punched out and a vacuum passage appeared in the void, breaking all the attacks. So powerful. Ouyang Wuji and the others' faces changed greatly. Lu Ming seemed to be stronger. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved and dashed out as well. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the sky prides of the Purple Flame Villa did not move and fought with Ouyang Wuji's group. Stop them. Ouyang Wuji shouted. Whoosh. A beam of white light rushed out. As the white light rushed past, even the space was frozen. A terrifying cold current rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a white scimitar. Lu Ming activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched the scimitar. The scimitar shook and was sent flying. A white light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Ice Seal. Autumn Moon waved her hand and the scimitar danced, emitting a more terrible cold current, slashing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming punched out again. A majestic force bombarded the scimitar and sent it flying again. However, a terrible cold current spread up Lu Ming's arm, causing a layer of frost to appear on Lu Ming's arm. Chapter 1846. Yin Yang. Autumn Moon shouted. At this moment, the cold chi on her body suddenly converged on one side of her body, while the other side emitted a blazing chi. At the same time, a fiery red machete flew out, releasing a terrifying heat wave that distorted the space. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two machetes, one emitting cold chi and the other emitting blazing chi, slashed towards Lu Ming at the same time. The cold and blazing chi collided with each other, producing a terrifying energy that blasted towards Lu Ming. This energy was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy, which made Lu Ming feel a sense of crisis. Chaotic Finger of Calamity. Lu Ming pointed his finger and hit the energy. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound. The two machetes were repelled by Lu Ming, but Lu Ming also felt his fingers go numb. A destructive force was about to annihilate him. If Lu Ming's cultivation had not broken through to the great sage Great Mastery, he was afraid that he would be defeated. Superior heavenly spiritual body, and the law of yin-yang of the sovereign Tao. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Autumn Moon was indeed the one and only sovereign Tao expert who had brought her here from the divine wilderness. Her talent and potential were extremely shocking. Not only did she control the law of sovereign Tao, her spiritual body was also a superior heavenly spiritual body, and her cultivation had reached the great sage great perfection. Her combat strength was stronger than Ouyang Wushuang and Ouyang Wudao. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and Huang Ling also had such talent, but their cultivation had not reached the great sage great perfection. Yin-yang convergence. Autumn Moon shouted as two qi streams emitted from her body, one cold and one hot, one yin and one yang. They collided with each other, forming a terrifying destructive force. Autumn Moon, I am Lu Ming, your young master. You said that you would serve me for the rest of your life. Have you forgotten? Lu Ming's shout was like thunder in spring, ringing in Autumn Moon's ears. Autumn Moon frowned and shouted, "Shameless man, are you trying to trick me again? Can't you try something new? Kill." The two scimitars spun at an extremely fast speed, like a storm, strangling towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Tai Chi disc appeared. A Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern was formed, and it pressed down on Autumn Moon. Boom! Boom! The Taiji diagram collided with the two scimitars, producing a dull boom. At the same time, Lu Ming punched out like the wind, dispersing the terrifying destructive airflow. When Lu Ming and Autumn Moon collided, Ouyang Wushuang also encountered a strong enemy. Ouyang Wudao rushed towards Ouyang Wushuang. The two of them were locked in battle. Ouyang Wushuang controlled King Dao Law, so his talent was a notch higher. However, Ouyang Wudao's cultivation was stronger, so the two of them were evenly matched. But the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect rushed towards the mountain. Bubbles, go get that flag. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Leave it to me, chirp chirp. Bubbles flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. Her petite figure flickered, and she rushed towards the mountain. Those formations were almost useless against Bubbles. After a while, Bubbles almost caught up with the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect. How could it be? Is that the law of time and space? Stop her! The geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect exclaimed. Then, 2 or 3 geniuses rushed towards Bubbles. All kinds of attacks poured towards Bubbles. Chirp chirp, Bubbles' body flickered, and the space rippled. When those attacks fell, Bubbles had already disappeared. The next moment, she swept past those geniuses and rushed towards the mountain. No, the law of time and space is too strange. We can't attack her at all. Someone shouted anxiously. Everyone, cut off the void with the law and stop her. Bai Mu shouted and suddenly changed his direction. The terrible power of law bloomed, covering the sky and confining the void with the power of law. More than a dozen geniuses also took action at the same time. All kinds of laws, like chains, confined the void. Bubbles' body flickered, but the void was confined. She couldn't rush over for a while. I'm changing to another side, Bubbles' childish voice sounded. She moved and wanted to rush over in another direction. But there were too many geniuses, and most of them were in the exceptional Great Saint realm. More than a dozen of them joined forces and confined all directions with the law, completely blocking Bubbles' way. Let's join forces and take her down, Bai Mu ordered. The power of law broke out. More than a dozen geniuses joined forces to take Bubbles down. Bubbles' body flickered, and the space around her flickered. It was not so easy for them to take Bubbles down. For a while, the two sides were in a deadlock. And the battle between Lu Ming and Autumn Moon was getting more and more intense. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Li Ping and Lu Yuntian? Have you forgotten the Lu family? Lu Ming shouted as he attacked, hoping to awaken the memory of Autumn Moon. Shut up! Autumn Moon shouted. Her frown deepened. The law of yin and yang represented the foundation of heaven and earth. Even among the law of kings, it was extremely terrifying. The collision of the cold current and the scorching heat produced a terrifying energy that surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 3 punches in a row, blocking Autumn Moon's attack. Autumn Moon, have you forgotten the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Have you forgotten the Blazing Sun Empire? Autumn Moon, have you forgotten Yuahuan Mountain and Jadeite Lake? Lu Ming kept shouting. He told Autumn Moon about the things she was most familiar with and experienced. Autumn Moon's eyes kept changing. She seemed to be trying to catch something. But she couldn't seem to catch it. Nonsense. I'll kill you. Autumn Moon shouted. 2 scimitars slashed toward Lu Ming. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. At this moment, Lu Ming put away the Taiji disc and the law of primal chaos, allowing the 2 scimitars to slash at him. The 2 scimitars were about to hit Lu Ming, but Lu Ming still didn't move. He looked at Autumn Moon with gentle eyes. The way he looked at Autumn Moon was the same as before. At this moment, Autumn Moon's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously retracted her force. But the 2 scimitars were too fast. Although she had retracted most of her force, they still didn't stop and slashed Lu Ming's shoulder. Puff! Puff! Blood flowed. The 2 scimitars stabbed into Lu Ming's shoulder, penetrating his bones. Blood dyed Lu Ming's robe red. Autumn Moon was stunned. She looked at Lu Ming and said, why didn't you dodge? Why should I dodge? You and I have been together for more than 10 years. If you want to kill me, I'll let you kill me. I just want you to remember. Lu Ming said gently. Everything you said, is it true? Autumn Moon's eyes were full of doubts and confusion. Of course it's true. I'm Lu Ming, your young master. You and I have been together for more than 10 years. The jade pendant you are wearing was given to you by my mother. Do you still remember? Lu Ming said gently. Clang! Clang! The 2 scimitars flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder and disappeared into Autumn Moon's body. Chapter 1847. Lu Ming, young master, the Lu family, madam, why? Why can't I remember? Why? Qiao Yu murmured to herself. Her eyes became more and more blank, and finally, she showed a painful expression. Why? Why? I'm going to ask my master, I'm going to ask my master. Qiao Yu suddenly shouted. She rushed up to the sky, broke through layers of formation, and left in a flash. Junior sister, damn it, Yu Ji from the only sanctum shouted angrily. Qiao Yu, I'll find out what happened to you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The wound on his shoulder was wriggling and recovering quickly. Qiao Yu took away most of her power, so the injury was not serious. With the strength of Lu Ming's spiritual body, it was basically healed in a few breaths. Lu Ming looked in Bubbles' direction. He took a step forward and dashed toward Bubbles at lightning speed. Inscriptions emerged, and attacks were launched at Lu Ming. But they were all broken by Lu Ming. Get out of my way. Lu Ming approached Lu Ming. He operated the chaotic finger and pointed out. A huge finger crushed toward the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect with amazing momentum. Several talents of the Daluo Heaven sect joined forces to resist, but they were still not enough and were blown away by Lu Ming. As such, the encirclement was broken, and Bubble rushed out of the encirclement in a flash. Bubble, you go and get the flag. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming said. Okay. Bubble flashed and rushed to the top of the mountain. Stop him. Bai Mu shouted. Your opponent is me. Lu Ming stepped out and appeared in front of them. He operated the prison suppressing skill, and shadows of the prison suppressing steel emerged and suppressed the talents of the Daluo Heaven sect. Boom. Boom. Each of Lu Ming's strikes was as heavy as millions of caddies, with the power to suppress the heavens. The geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect were all blown away, with blood spilling from their mouths. Kill. Bai Mu charged towards Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. Bai Mu's spiritual body was a superior heaven spiritual body. His combat power was far above that of other prodigies of the same level. Prodigies like Wan Jingyang, Mo Lang, and the second prince of the Golden Crow would probably be easily defeated by Bai Mu. Lu Ming might not have been able to defeat Bai Mu before his breakthrough. However, a few days ago, Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and his battle prowess had greatly increased. After exchanging a few blows with Bai Mu's body trembled and he could not help but retreat 7 or 8 steps. The Son of Chaos battle prowess is indeed astonishing. Bai Mu's eyes were filled with shock. Again. Lu Ming kept punching with his fists, and the illusory images of the prison-suppressing steel appeared one after another. They suppressed the geniuses of the Daluo Heaven sect and blocked their way. Bubble's figure flickered and was about to fly to the peak of the mountain. No, Ouyang Wudao roared and his eyes turned red. He could not accept the fact. Ouyang Wuji was about to vomit blood. He did not expect that he and Ouyang Wudao together could not stop Ouyang Wushuang. They were extremely unwilling, but they could not stop Bubble. They could only watch as Bubble quickly approached the flag. Bubble grabbed the flag with both hands and pulled it up. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji's hearts sank. Great! Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa were overjoyed. With the flag in hand, this round of competition was over. Everyone retreated and stopped the competition. Ouyang Wudao's eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and Bubble. In the second and third rounds of the assessment, he had completely lost to Lu Ming and Bubble. If it were not for them, Ouyang Wushuang would not have been his match. He did not know that the first round was actually Lu Ming's idea. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, several elders of the Xinyuan Empire appeared, and the grand array of this area was concealed. The assessment is over. Based on the results of the 3 rounds, Ouyang Wushuang is first. 3 days later, he will be crowned as the Crown Prince. An elder announced. Ouyang Wudao and Ouyang Wuji clenched their fists tightly. From now on, they would be trampled under Ouyang Wushuang's feet. Then, everyone returned to their respective mansions. Ouyang Wushuang's mansion was naturally filled with celebration, and a banquet was held continuously for 3 days. 3 days later, the Xinyuan Empire held the Crown Prince coronation ceremony. The Purple Flame Villa and the Soul Sage Palace sent people to congratulate, except for the Daluo Heaven sect. After the ceremony, Ouyang Wushuang was officially crowned as the Crown Prince. Lu Ming and the rest had achieved their initial goal. But now, Lu Ming had another goal, which was to find out what had happened to Autumn Moon. How could he restore Autumn Moon? Therefore, on the 7th day after Ouyang Wushuang was crowned as the Crown Prince, Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang went to the Soul Sage Palace together. The Soul Sage Palace was an ancient palace, suspended in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. There was a flight of stairs that stretched down from the Soul Sage Palace, and there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Lu Ming and Ouyang Wushuang landed on the stairs and stepped up. Soon, they had climbed tens of thousands of steps, but were stopped by 2 people at the top of the stairs. Who are you? The Soul Sage Palace is not to be disturbed. The 2 people were gatekeepers. One of them spoke, emitting a strong aura. I'm Ouyang Wushuang. I have something to ask of Senior Bing Mu. Ouyang Wushuang cupped his fists. Bing Mu was the master of Autumn Moon, the person who brought Autumn Moon from the divine wilderness. Ouyang Wushuang? So it's the Crown Prince of Xinyuan. Sorry for the disrespect. The 2 gatekeepers' faces changed. If it was an ordinary prince of the Xinyuan Empire, they could ignore him, but the Crown Prince was different. He was going to rule the Xinyuan Empire in the future and become an overlord. His status was completely different from ordinary princes. Please wait for a moment, Crown Prince. I'll pass on the message right away. One of the gatekeepers said. Wait, don't let them in. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then, a few figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Yuji, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The leader of the few people who came out was Yuji, and the others were extraordinary sky prides. The two gatekeepers bowed to Yuji and the others. It was obvious that Yuji's status in the Soul Sage Palace was not low. "Oh, it's Crown Prince Wushuang. What are you doing in the Soul Sage Palace?" Yuji asked with a faint smile on his face. "Lu Ming and I are here to pay a visit to Senior Bing Mu." Ouyang Wushuang controlled his temper and repeated it again. "Pay a visit to Supreme Elder Bing Mu? I advise you to go back. Supreme Elder Bing Mu is not someone you can meet as you wish," Yuji said indifferently. "You can pass on the message. Senior Bing Mu will decide whether to meet us or not," Lu Ming said. "Pass on the message? Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, Supreme Elder Bing Mu is in seclusion and will not meet anyone. Leave." Yuji's face darkened and scolded. "If Senior Bing Mu is not free today, I'll come again tomorrow. If he's not free tomorrow, I'll come again the day after tomorrow. One day, Senior Bing Mu will be free." Chapter 1848. "Lu Ming, why are you so thick-skinned? Don't think I don't know what you're here for. You want to take the opportunity to get close to junior sister Autumn Moon. Let me tell you, junior sister Autumn Moon is already taken. Don't bother her anymore," Yuji berated. Lu Ming frowned. He had already been patient and spoke nicely, but the other party was deliberately making things difficult for him. Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and an overwhelming aura pressed down on Yuji. Yuji's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "What are you trying to do? You want to barge into the Soul Sacred Palace? How dare you? Men, kill this person." During the Xinyuan Empire's assessment, he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lu Ming, and had long harbored hatred in his heart. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wanted to seize it and kill Lu Ming. As Yuji's voice sounded, several powerful auras erupted from the Soul's Sacred Palace, and several figures flew out, breaking through the air, and flew over. Each figure was surrounded by a large river, which was the River of Law. These figures were all quasi-emperors. "Stop." At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears, full of supreme majesty. Yuji, the few youths, and the quasi-emperors all had a change in expression. They stopped, bowed toward the depths of the Soul's Sacred Palace, and said, "Supreme Elder Bing Mu. Bring Lu Ming in to see me." That voice sounded again. Yuji's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Supreme Elder Bing Mu knew about the situation here. "Kid, you're lucky today." Yuji coldly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then stepped away. "Young Master Lu Ming, please come with me. Supreme Elder Bing Mu wants to see you," one of the gatekeepers said. "Ouyang, you go back first. No need to wait for me," Lu Ming said to Ouyang Wushuang. "There's no hurry, I can wait here." Ouyang Wushuang smiled faintly. He was afraid that something would happen to Lu Ming after he entered. With him, the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, present, the other party would have some scruples. Lu Ming didn't say much, and walked into the depths of the only temple with the gatekeeper. There was only one sacred palace, and there were many palaces that stretched as far as the eye could see. They went around many palaces and came to a small palace. "This is Great Elder Bing Mu's residence. You may enter." After the gatekeeper finished speaking, he turned around and left. Lu Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the door was a small courtyard. A figure stood there with his hands behind his back facing Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed the door and arrived behind the figure. He cupped his fists and said, "Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Bing Mu." The figure nodded and turned around. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman. "I heard that during the assessment in the Xinyuan Empire, you once said that you're the young master of Autumn Moon. Is that true?" The middle-aged woman spoke. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out and locked onto Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was being targeted by an incomparably terrifying existence. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Lu Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. This was his body's subconscious reaction. This middle-aged woman was definitely an incomparably terrifying figure. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that he had been seen through. As long as there was a single lie, he had no doubt that the other party would directly obliterate him. Senior, what I said is true. I'm from the Lu family of the Blazing Sun Empire in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Back then, when you took away Autumn Moon in the Divine Wilderness Continent, didn't you leave behind a sentence? Above the Divine Wilderness, there's only one in the world. Lu Ming replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A trace of surprise flashed across Bing Mu's eyes. However, his gaze became colder as he said, "It seems that you're right. So, you're here to take away Autumn Moon and make her your maid again to serve you? Senior, you've misunderstood. I've never treated Autumn Moon as a maid. Autumn Moon grew up with me and I've always treated Autumn Moon as my family." Lu Ming replied. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Bing Mu's aura was retracted and a trace of warmth appeared on his face. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was too terrifying. That wisp of steam made Lu Ming feel a terrifying pressure. Bing Mu looked curiously at Lu Ming and said, "I really didn't expect that you would be able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and achieve such achievements." She already knew about Lu Ming's test in the Xinyuan Empire. How could she not know that it was related to her disciple, Autumn Moon? She was really surprised that Lu Ming was able to walk out of the Divine Wilderness Continent and come to Yuan Continent. Moreover, he had achieved such shocking achievements and suppressed many of the sky prides in the ancient sun's sacred ground. It was simply unbelievable. Back then, when she took away Autumn Moon, she left behind the words "only one in the Divine Wilderness Continent." It was just a casual remark. She never expected that someone would really find her. "Senior, you're flattering me. I'm just lucky," Lu Ming said modestly. "Lucky? Hee hee. I've never heard of anyone who relied on luck to reach this step. Alright, you're here to ask me about Autumn Moon, right?" Bing Mu said. "Yes, Senior. Why did Autumn Moon forget about me? Moreover, when I mentioned what happened back then, she didn't remember it at all? What happened to Autumn Moon?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. Autumn Moon was robbed of her memory. Bing Mu sighed. What? Robbed of her memory? Lu Ming was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who was it? What kind of means was it to rob her of her memory? That's right. He's the #1 sky pride of the Daluo Heaven sect, Luo Tsangxiong. He has the imperial body and has mastered the law of deprivation. He can deprive everything, including memory. Bing Mu said. Why? Why did he do that? Lu Ming's eyes turned colder. Because Luo Tsangxiong likes Autumn Moon and has been pursuing Autumn Moon. However, Autumn Moon already has someone in her heart. That person is you. She has always believed that you will come to her. Why would she care about Luo Tsangxiong's pursuit? Therefore, Luo Tsangxiong was so angry that he took away all of Autumn Moon's memories. All memories of the Divine Wilderness Continent were taken away, leaving only her memories of Yuan Continent. He wanted Autumn Moon to forget you and accept him. Bing Mu said the truth. Damn it. Lu Ming clenched his fists. A cold murderous intent spread out. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. Chiu Yu's memories were actually stolen by someone, and the reason was because Chiu Yu's heart already belonged to someone else. It was ridiculous and deserved to be killed. Senior, as Chiu Yu's master, aren't you going to avenge her after being treated like that? Lu Ming stared straight at the ice curtain, a hint of anger in his eyes. Of course I want to avenge Autumn Moon. I once went to the Daluo Heaven sect in anger, but I quit in the end. Do you know why? That's because Luo Tsangxiong's grandfather is a great emperor. It was only a legend before, but I saw it with my own eyes. Luo Zhangxiong was lawless because his grandfather was a great emperor, but no one dared to touch him. Chapter 1849. Great Emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Luo Zhangxiong's grandfather was a great emperor. Great emperors were the pinnacle of the world in the absence of heavenly emperors. Great emperors, what kind of people were they? They could control the great Tao and nurture living beings in their small worlds. Their cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. No matter how strong a true emperor was, he would be slapped to death by a great emperor. Currently, in the entire Yuan Mountain, there were only a few great emperors on the surface. They could be counted on one's fingers. Each of them could shake the entire Primal Mountain with just a stomp of their feet. Legend had it that the Primal Mountain Sacred Academy was founded by a few great emperors. That was the reason why all the Sky Prides in the Primal Mountain gathered at the Celestial City, wanting to join the Sacred Academy. This showed how terrifying a great emperor was. Luo Zhangxiong's grandfather was a great emperor. No wonder he dared to take away Autumn Moon's memory. Lu Ming also remembered that Ouyang Wushuang told him that Autumn Moon's master had attacked the Daluo Heaven sect for some unknown reason, but he retreated silently in the end. Obviously, it was because of Autumn Moon. I also want to avenge Autumn Moon, but if I do, the entire Soul's sacred palace will be buried with her. Bing Mu said helplessly. Luo Zhangxiong. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, revealing a terrifying murderous intent. Bing Mu did not dare to kill him, but he did. That girl, Autumn Moon, is very attached to you. Before she lost her memory, she could not forget you. She was hoping that you would come to her, or she would go to the divine wilderness to reunite with you when her cultivation is successful. I heard that during the examination of the Xinyuan Empire, Chuyue had a huge reaction when she saw you. Maybe, after being together with you for a long time, she can really recover her memories. How about you spend more time with Chuyue? Bing Mu said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fist to express his gratitude. Don't thank me. I also hope that Autumn Moon can recover her memory. Her life is not perfect after losing her memory. It will be difficult for her to reach the peak of martial arts. Bing Mu sighed. The cultivation of martial arts was all about having a clear mind. However, if one lost a part of their memories, everyone would remember it and have a knot in their heart. How could they have a clear mind? In the end, it would be difficult for them to reach the peak. Therefore, Ice Veil also hoped that Autumn Moon could regain her memories. You will stay in the one and only sanctum for the time being. I will arrange a place for you to stay and spend more time with the Autumn Moon. How about that? Bing Mu said. Thank you, senior. I will do my best to help Autumn Moon regain her memories. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. After that, Bing Mu asked someone to bring Lu Ming to a courtyard. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Ouyang Wushuang, telling him to go back first. He would stay in Soul Temple for a while. Not long after, a figure stepped into the courtyard. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's face lit up. Obviously, Bing Mu had also told Autumn Moon to stay in this courtyard so that they could spend more time together. He hoped that it would make Autumn Moon remember the past. Clang! Autumn Moon waved her hand, and a snow-white scimitar appeared. It emitted a bone-piercing chill. You really know me? What you told me before, is it true? Autumn Moon said coldly. Of course it's true. Every word is true. Lu Ming said. Humph, I hope it's true. If I find out that you lied and used this reason to get close to me, I will definitely kill you. Autumn Moon said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that Autumn Moon thought that he was someone who purposely got close to her. However, with Autumn Moon's appearance and talent, it was normal for people to find all kinds of reasons to get close to her. Don't worry. If you find out that I lied to you, just kill me. Just like last time, I will not fight back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Only then did Autumn Moon retract her cold aura. Her frost scimitar disappeared. She looked at Lu Ming's shoulder and said apologetically, are your injuries okay? It's fine. It doesn't matter if you cut me a few more times. Lu Ming said with a smile. Humph, you have a glib tongue. I don't think you are a good person. Autumn Moon snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. After this girl lost her memory, even her personality changed a lot. Autumn Moon, let me tell you about our past. Lu Ming said. Go ahead. Autumn Moon nodded. The two of them sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Lu Ming began to talk about their past in detail. Autumn Moon frowned as if she was thinking carefully. Every time he talked about something important, Autumn Moon would have some reaction. Her eyes flashed with thoughts and confusion. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the one and only sanctum and spent time with Autumn Moon. He often talked about the past with Autumn Moon, from when Autumn Moon was young to when Autumn Moon was taken away. They talked about everything under the sky. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Spending time together like this did have some effect. Autumn Moon said that some images would flash in her mind, but it was hard to capture them. But Lu Ming was already very happy. If this continued, Autumn Moon would remember the past sooner or later. In a hall, Yu Ji was discussing something with a few young people with a gloomy face. I don't know what Grand Elder Bingmu is thinking. She actually let Lu Ming and Junior Autumn Moon stay in the same courtyard and spend time together. Damn it. Yu Ji slammed the table and said with hatred. Lu Ming said many times in the Xinyuan Empire that he knew Junior Autumn Moon and that he was her young master. Is it true? A young man said. It's possible that junior sister Chiu Yu's heart belonged to someone else in the past. That's why Luo Tsangxiong took away her memory. It's highly possible that it's because of Lu Ming. Therefore, Grand Elder Bingmu allowed Lu Ming to stay with Chiu Yu, hoping that Chiu Yu can regain her memory. Another young man speculated. No, we can't let this happen. I think it's better to let Luo Tsangxiong know about this. Yu Ji said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Senior brother Yu is so smart. If Luo Tsangxiong knows about this, he will definitely kill Lu Ming. This plan of killing with a borrowed knife is really smart. A young man laughed. Ha ha ha. Yu Ji also laughed. Later, they sent someone to pass the news to Daluo Heaven Sect. Time flew and another 5 days passed. On this day, a group of people arrived at the Soul Sanctum. The leader was a young man with a cold face. He wore a purple robe and his eyes were like lightning. Behind the young man, there were several old men with strong and unfathomable aura. Normally, people who came to the Soul Sanctum would land at the bottom and climb the stairs step by step to show their respect for the Soul Sanctum. However, they directly flew up, skipped the stairs and flew towards the Soul Sanctum. Everyone, please wait. 2 gatekeepers blocked the group's path. Get out of the way. I want to see Lu Ming. The young man in the lead shouted coldly and domineeringly. Everyone, this is the Soul Sanctum. Who are you? If you want to see someone, I can pass the message on your behalf. Chapter 1850. The gatekeeper of the one and only sanctum asked cautiously, not daring to offend them. Daluo Heaven Sect, Luo Pokong. The leading young man said faintly. You are Luo Pokong? The gatekeeper's face changed greatly. In this generation of the Daluo Heaven Sect, there were 2 kings in the younger generation. 2 peerless geniuses had mastered the principle of King Dao. One was Luo Tsangxiong, and the other was Luo Pokong. Luo Pokong's identity was second only to Luo Tsangxiong in Daluo Heaven Sect. Everyone in ancient Sun Holy Land knew him. Brother Luo, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you. At this time, a laughter was heard. Yu Ji and several young men walked in the air. Yu Ji, is there a guy named Lu Ming in the one and only sanctum? Luo Pokong asked. Yes, he is in the one and only sanctum. Brother Luo, you are looking for him. I can take you there. Yu Ji smiled. Lead the way. Luo Pokong stepped forward. This way please. Yuji led Luo Pokong and others to Lu Ming's residence. At this time, Lu Ming was talking about the past with Chiu Autumn Moon in his courtyard. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked out of the courtyard. A group of people walked in the air and stopped above the courtyard, overlooking Lu Ming and Chiu Autumn Moon. Luo Pokong. Chiu Autumn Moon's eyes narrowed. Luo Pokong glanced at Chiu Autumn Moon and then fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, "Boy, you are Lu Ming?" "Yes." Lu Ming replied. "Very good. Do you know that Chiu Autumn Moon is my brother Luo Tsangxiong's woman? You dare to have any ideas about her? I think you are tired of living." Saint power surged in Luo Pokong's body, forming a strong aura and pressing toward Lu Ming. "Nonsense, when am I Luo Tsangxiong's woman? Tell Luo Tsangxiong that it is impossible between him and me." Chiu Autumn Moon shouted. This caused Luo Pokong's eyes to squint as a sharp glint flickered within them. "Did you hear that?" Even Chiu Moon denied it, but that Luo Tsangxiong kept sticking to her. "Isn't that embarrassing? Do you have any shame?" Lu Ming mocked. "Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult my elder brother? You must be tired of living." Luo Pokong shouted as his cold killing intent bloomed. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Lu Ming replied indifferently. "How arrogant. I'll cripple you right now." Luo Pokong's eyes were cold, and his aura grew stronger, enveloping Lu Ming. He had heard of Lu Ming's combat capability. He was able to defeat a genius of the Daluo Heaven sect with a superior celestial spiritual body. However, his battle prowess was not something that a superior heaven spiritual body could compare to. His spirit body was a high-class celestial spirit body, and he had mastered the magical laws of the Tao of Monarchs. His cultivation base was in the great circle of the great sage level, and he was virtually invincible in battle. Why would he care about Lu Ming? "Luo Pokong, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Chiu Moon shouted coldly as two scimitars flew out, and the magical laws of yin and yang surrounded her body. Luo Pokong's eyes narrowed slightly. Chiu Moon's talent was not weaker than his, and he was not sure if he could fight with Chiu Moon. "Lu Ming, it seems that you can only hide behind a woman." Luo Pokong sneered, revealing a mocking expression. "You don't need to use such a cheap trick to provoke me. However, I really don't need other people's help to deal with you." Lu Ming smiled faintly, stepped out, and appeared in the sky. He said, "Come up and fight. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Luo Pokong revealed a trace of joy, and his figure rose to the sky. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a terrible sharp intent burst out from the long spear. Lu Ming will never be Luo Pokong's opponent. He's doomed in this battle. Yuji sneered. Luo Pokong's talent was almost at the peak of the younger generation. His spiritual body and magical laws were the pinnacle of existence. In a battle of the same level, he was invincible. Even if Lu Ming mastered the law of primal chaos, his cultivation was too far behind Luo Pokong's. Although Luo Tsangxiong did not come, it would be the same if Luo Pokong came. "Die!" Luo Pokong shouted coldly, and the long spear trembled. A terrible spear light burst out, piercing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body glowed. One by one, the light spots lit up. More than 100 sacred weapons appeared. He was holding a paramount sacred weapon in his hand. He slashed with the sword. Clang! The battle sword struck the spear light, and there was a terrible vibration. The spear light was shattered by the battle sword, but the battle sword in Lu Ming's hand also vibrated violently. What a strong penetrating power, this is the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the previous attack, he felt that there was a penetrating power in the spear light. It was terrifying, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. That was the law of penetration, a kind of law of kings. It was said to be able to penetrate everything in the world, and nothing could stop it. "Let's see how many of my spear you can block." Luo Pokong's long spear trembled, and more than 100 spear lights emerged, making a sharp whistling sound, and pierced towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and more than 100 sacred weapons shot out from his body. Each of the sacred weapons was shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blasted towards the spear light. Bang! 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 The fierce collision resounded through the sky. Then, more than 100 of Lu Ming's sacred weapons were all sent flying back. However, the sacred weapons were shrouded in the law of primal chaos, and blocked the opponent's attack. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward, and rushed towards Luo Pokong like lightning. Close combat was a better choice when fighting against someone who mastered the law of penetration. Lu Ming's figure approached Luo Pokong, and he activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill, and punched out continuously. Phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel appeared, and suppressed Luo Pokong. Whoosh! 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 The long spear in Luo Pokong's hand continued to stab out, and a series of spear shadows, with a terrifying penetrating power, pierced the phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel. The phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel were pierced with holes, and they exploded in the air. Lu Ming continued to throw out punches, and phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel continued to appear. The two of them collided fiercely, and the sky was boiling, and the battle was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Shattering blow. Luo Pokong seemed to have lost his patience, and with a long roar, he circulated his sacred force to the extreme, and became one with his spear, turning into a terrifying spearlight and stabbed towards Lu Ming. This was a terrifying superpower, as if it could pierce through everything. The phantoms of the suppressing Hell steel that Lu Ming blasted out instantly shattered, and were pierced through. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming also used his superpower, and with a finger, the chaotic light lingered on his finger, and pressed towards his opponent. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger and the spear light collided, and a shocking storm erupted, spreading in all directions. In the end, the chaotic calamity finger collapsed, but the opponent's spear light also exploded, revealing Luo Pokong's figure, and he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and used the divine sword art. Two sword lights burst out from his eyes, and rushed into Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong's body trembled slightly. Then, the sacred weapons around Lu Ming once again attacked Luo Pokong. Chapter 1851. However, Lu Ming's sacred weapon was sent flying back, and then under Lu Ming's control, it continued to fly towards Luo Pokong. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Hell-suppressing Heaven skill, punching out continuously. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks, and for a moment, Luo Pokong was suppressed. How is this possible? Yu Ji and the others were in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had the upper hand and began to suppress Luo Pokong. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only in the Great Sage Great Mastery, while Luo Pokong's cultivation was in the Great Sage Great Perfection. With Luo Pokong's talent, it was simply unbelievable that he was at a disadvantage when his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Was the Son of Heaven really that powerful? The battle here had long alarmed the only sacred palace. Many people were watching in the air and were surprised at this moment. Luo Pokong roared, furious, and exerted his strength to the extreme. Unfortunately, although his law of penetration was powerful, it seemed to have met its nemesis. He could not penetrate Lu Ming's law of primal chaos. Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming whispered. Then, dense runes appeared on Luo Pokong's long spear, covering Luo Pokong's body. It was one of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao, the sealing scroll. Just now, Lu Ming used the law of Array Dao on each sacred weapon. In the constant collision between the sacred weapon and Luo Pokong, the sealing scroll was quietly activated. At this moment, it burst out, and immediately sealed Luo Pokong. Lu Ming was shocked, and burst out with all his strength, struggling with all his might. A terrifying penetrating force erupted, hoping to break the seal. But Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and continued to operate the divine sword art. At the same time, he used the chaotic calamity finger and pointed out. Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger was now close to 60%. Its power was amazing, and one point could shatter mountains and rivers. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger bombarded Luo Pokong's body. Luo Pokong screamed, and his body was blasted away, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and he continued to step forward, attacking Luo Pokong. How dare you! An old man who came with Luo Pokong shouted and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could only retreat with all his might to avoid this palm print. A mere great saint dares to hurt the genius of the Daluo Heaven sect. Who gave you the courage? I'll destroy you first. At this moment, another old man spoke coldly and stepped out. In the sky, an incomparably huge foot formed and stomped down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the space around him had frozen. His body couldn't move at all. Even bubble couldn't tear open space and take him away. Martial Emperor. This old man was a martial emperor. This was the Daluo Heaven sect, extremely overbearing. In the territory of the only holy palace, a martial emperor expert directly wanted to attack Lu Ming. Just as the foot was about to land on Lu Ming, a surge of energy rippled out like a wave of water. However, the giant foot dissipated into nothingness under this surge of energy. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone noticing. Greetings, highest elder. People of the only holy palace saluted this person. Master. Chiu Moon also saluted this person. This person who suddenly appeared was Bing Mu, the master of Chiu Moon. It's too much for you, a martial emperor, to intervene in a fight between juniors. Since Luo Pokong has been defeated, you can leave now. Bing Mu said lightly. Senior Bing Mu, this guy is wanted by Master Tsangxiong himself. Today we must take him away, the martial emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect said. Get lost. Bing Mu suddenly shouted, and a terrifying aura pressed on the martial emperor. The martial emperor's face changed greatly, and he stepped back continuously, almost spitting out blood. He looked at Bing Mu with some fear. Bing Mu was definitely a terrifying existence. He had lived for countless years, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go to the Daluo Heaven sect alone. If the great emperor had not intervened, Luo Tsangxiong would have been killed. The man's face changed, and then he turned around and stepped out, saying, Master Pokong, let's go. Luo Pokong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared at Lu Ming coldly, and said, Lu Ming, my brother Luo Tsangxiong is exploring a post-Archean relic. When he comes back, it will be your death. No one can save you. After saying this, he glanced at Bing Mu. In other words, if Luo Tsangxiong came back and wanted to kill Lu Ming, even Bing Mu could not save him. Luo Tsangxiong's grandfather was a great emperor. He and Luo Tsangxiong were not blood brothers, so he was not as tough as Luo Tsangxiong. After saying this, Luo Pokong and the people of the Daluo Heaven sect stepped into the air and left. This guy is so lucky. He is still alive. Yu Ji was full of hatred. Suddenly, he felt someone looking at him. It was Bing Mu's eyes. I hope there won't be a next time. Bing Mu said in a calm voice, but Yu Ji's face turned pale and cold sweat ran down his face. Obviously, Bing Mu already knew that he had told the Daluo Heaven sect about Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. He trembled and dared not to say a word. Lu Ming also glanced at Yu Ji indifferently. It was not difficult to guess from Bing Mu's words that it was Yu Ji who had told him the secret. Otherwise, how could the people of the Daluo Heaven sect know that Lu Ming was in the Soul Sanctum? Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, come with me. Bing Mu said and then turned to leave. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon followed him to the palace where Bing Mu lived. Lu Ming, you and Autumn Moon should leave the ancient Sun Holy Land and go to other places. Maybe it will help Autumn Moon to recover her memory. Bing Mu said. Luo Tsangxiong may not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said. He knew what Bing Mu meant. He wanted him to avoid Luo Zhangxiong. Lu Ming, although your battle strength is strong, don't underestimate the heroes in the world. Luo Zhangxiong is very scary. His spirit body and law are both top-notch and he has reached the absolute saint realm. You are not his opponent now. Moreover, Luo Zhangxiong knows that his grandfather is a great emperor and his grandfather is very protective. So he is lawless. Even if you are in the Soul Sanctum or the Xinyuan Empire, you will not be safe. You'd better avoid him temporarily. Also, I know an ancient prescription called the Soul Recovery Pill. It can help to recover memory, but the materials needed are too rare. Especially the three main materials, I spent a lot of effort to find one. Take it and have a look. After saying that, Bing Mu took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. It was an ancient prescription that recorded the refining method and the materials needed to refine the soul recovery pill. There were dozens of materials. Among them, there were three main materials that Lu Ming had never heard of. I've already collected all the supplementary materials needed to refine the soul recovery pill. I've also collected one of the three main materials. They're all here. Take them. If you're lucky enough to collect the other two materials, you can refine the soul recovery pill. Xiao Yu's memory will be very likely to be restored. Bing Mu took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior.